Mic check, mic check. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Good morning, Bart. Thanks for joining in. Can I get a mic check, Bart? How's it today? Thank you for that mic check, Bart. Appreciate that. All right, so markets are mixed right now. They are under a bit of pressure. Let me throw up the S&P 500 here. So far, the S&P is gapping down slightly. You can see that on the 5-minute chart here, we closed around that just below 590, and now we are gapping down to 587. I have the 3-day moving average and, sorry, I have the 7-day in yellow and the 20 in blue. And we have the 5 and 15-minute chart up on the SPY. Ultimately, I do think that this market's still going to trend higher. I likely think this gap is probably going to get bought up today. There are some market movers that we have to discuss. So far for market movers, you have Cleveland Cliffs up over 1.4, sorry, 25.21%. I'm actually going to do some detailed analysis of each individual ticker. So let's transition here to the full size chart. So we'll look at CLF gapping up. This is on the back of some tariff announcements made by Trump. So obviously with Trump imposing about a 50% tariff on steel, it is popping steel stocks. So it's interesting to see that this stock was trading near 52-week lows, and now it is pumping up to the high side. So this one's on watch for a continuation long. You're going to see it's right into that weekly 7-day moving average, 7-week moving average. So we'll just have to be mindful of that. I would consider only shorting this name because it's so depressed. I would only consider shorting it into this gap fill, which is around 846, so substantially higher on the overall session. All right, so you also have Steel Dynamics, STLD. Same sort of scenario, gapping up on the back of tariff announcements. This one's a little bit lighter volume in the pre-market, but it's up 11.4% on the session. Also a bit of a strong name. Can see there's a potential for an inverse head and shoulders on the weekly chart. Has not triggered yet, but it's very close to doing so. So I mean that's a 104 to about 139. What is that, a 35 point upside? So we're looking at 35 plus 36. You're looking at 71, 171-ish. So a pretty decent move that this stock could make. All right, let's keep moving along. We have Nucor, same thing. Steel is the theme. Steel is the theme in the market. So Nucor is up 11.06%. Let's see if there's any shortable levels. I think dips can probably be bought on this name, but I'd want to see it retest that 20-day moving average sitting around, that's sitting around 114, 115. All right, we also have CRL, Charles River Laboratories, CRL. So the volume's fairly light on this one. Just be careful about this particular name. Shouldn't even be mentioning it. MP is another one. MP Materials. So this has got some decent volume in the pre-market. It is starting to move higher, gapping up around 5.64%. So not a bad name to keep on watch for long. If it dips back into that high pivot around 2250. But ultimately a short on this name, we're looking at, tough one. I actually don't like that for a short. Breaking above the key short-term moving averages. Yeah, it's a tough name to short. Lowe's is gapping up as well. Ticker L. Really not much volume there. So some of the laggers right now, Garmin, GRMN. Small little gap down there. DraftKings under a bit of pressure. DKNG. Let's take a peek at DraftKings. Yeah, DraftKings gapping down, so I think DraftKings becomes a short. Basically, if you're gonna be able to short the pops on this name. So you can see on the 5-minute chart here, DraftKings is dipping below its prior day low, 34.70. It's dipping below the week low, and it's dipping below the prior week low. So we have kind of a few different shorting opportunities here on DKNG, riding it lower. So if you get a retest of weekly low, that's where conservative traders would take it. which is around 34.75. If you get a retest of 34.17, which is your prior week low, then that's where you can also take a stab at shorting it. So conservative at 34.75 short, aggressive at 34.17. And this name probably wants to make new lows on the session. Yeah, yeah, DKNG is probably going to try to take out that 29.50 pivot. Interesting. Just looking at some more laggers here. Nothing with really too much volume in the pre-market. We do have Plug Power trading with a lot of volume here in the pre-market. That's also looking like it's going to make new lows. Tough name to short when it's so battered and bruised, but it does look like it's going to make new lows. All right, so we're going to look at some of our most active stocks. So CLF obviously is number one with the big 25% gap up. You have Google trading 3.6 million here. Let's look at Google. That's gapping down slightly, 167.98 currently speaking, piercing that 7-day moving average. Viable level on Google. Let's just throw up a Fibonacci retrace just to see where we are. So you can see we're testing that first 236 Fibonacci level. If we go to our pre-market on Google, Google's dipping pretty darn hard here. It's breached its prior day low. That's not a good sign. It's testing its week low. So 167.44 is a viable level on Google. 167.44, but you do not want to lose that. That's your weekly low. Okay, so we'll watch Google for a long trade at 167.44. Does have quite a decent amount of volume today. NVIDIA's up next. Obviously, that's the big boy on the block. So let's go to the daily chart of NVIDIA. It's trading with just over 3 million shares in the pre-market. I actually do think NVIDIA has potential push higher, but it's under pressure. I mean, it's given up everything that it had off of that earnings pop. So NVIDIA did fill that gap, had a nice little hourly chart bounce, 3 consecutive hours. It's NVIDIA's week lows at 132.92. I think we can take a stab there. Obviously, just keep in mind we have a little bit of a minor gap fill sitting at 131.21, give or take a few pennies. So that would be the bigger level. If this chart doesn't shape up and then start to catch some support, you could have an hourly chart bear flag forming on NVIDIA. So I think this name likely is going to catch a bid. There will be a lot of resistance at your prior week and prior day low. So prior week high sitting at 137.40, prior day low is sitting at 137.91. Those are going to be a couple little minor short levels, and then you got to see how it reacts around that. Again, that pre-market high on Nvidia we tested around 144, so we should see a bit of higher price in the next few weeks. It's just a matter of how far do they want to take this down. Do they want to fill some lower boundary gaps, or are they going to keep this tight bull flag consolidation? I think they're going to keep the tight bull flag consolidation. There was a lot of people that bought that breakout. It is failing in the near term. We just got to consolidate a little bit more, digest this larger move that it had. All right, up next is Tesla, TSLA. So Tesla's trading a few million in the pre-market as of now. Let's look at this daily chart of Tesla. So far, Tesla is into a lot of resistance here, piercing that 50% Fibonacci of this whole entire move, down move. So there's a lot of resistance as well as this high volume pivot reversal on the daily chart. You can clearly see it tried breaking out a couple times, got rejected on both attempts. Now, the bearish thing about Tesla here is that we did get a close below the 7-day moving average here on the daily chart. So we just have to be mindful that that is a little bit of a bearish scenario. Obviously, it doesn't mean that we're just going to drop, but I want to look at the 4-hour chart now. 4-hour chart, very similar. We're also breaching the 20-day. It's going to be interesting to see what type of a bearish cross. Do we get a bearish cross of the 7 and 20 moving average here? If we do, that could send Tesla a little bit lower, but if we get saved like this scenario, then Tesla's going to push to make new highs. So we just have to wait and see how we open and see how those moving averages react. There is a little bit of a chance Tesla's probably going to try to test, I would say, let me just flip to the hourly chart here. You got that bearish cross on the hourly. There's a strong chance that Tesla could want to test that prior week low. There's a big demand spot there. So prior week low around 331.39 is on watch this week. The level that I'd want to see Tesla reclaim is your week low around 345.29. So I wouldn't really scalp Tesla long until we get into, let's just test this little trend line from these two pivots. And you can see Tesla's holding that trend line right now, but it does probably look like it's going to pierce that trend line and fill this 338 gap. So I would consider Tesla long around 338 for a day trade scalp. Let me just see what that is. So 338.90. I'm just going to write that level down for Tesla. So 339 pierce around 338.90. Tesla looks somewhat interesting. Lucid as well, trading 1.87 million shares so far. So just under 2 million. Let's take a look at ticker Lucid. Yeah, Lucid's had a really hard sell off here. Could be a daily chart bear flag. You're probably coming into some support here on the daily. There might be a long, it might be worth trying to take a stab at just a dead cap technical bounce here. It's very risky, especially if the market remains weak. But we could look for Lucid around, hit of this daily chart trend line, call it around 215, 219 Pierce. It is slightly green as the markets are under pressure. Tough name to trade, but we'll keep an eye on that one. And we're just going through a lot of the high volume names right now. So Palantir, this name's been strong all of last week. Obviously, it does look like we had an extension move, pullback, another higher high, bull flag consolidation breakout that closed us at new weekly highs on PLTR. So I'm expecting that this one, if the market firms up, it's likely going to trend higher. Very strong trend continuation bounce. I think the upside target on PLTR is probably plus 140. Plus 140, so we'll have to keep that one on watch. INTC, let's take a peek at that. Yeah, Intel's just been a dead dog with fleas stuck in this bearish range down here. Weekly chart doesn't look too good. It is a high volume area down here, but for Intel, I mean, you're holding up steady as of now. Let's see what this trend line gives us here. Yeah, any sort of a back test to this 7-day moving average, it seems like it always gets shorted. So I would wait for a 7-day moving average pierce to short that name, which is sitting around 2034. Pfizer trading about 740 in the pre-market. Freeport, Macmoran, Copper in play. Amcor, Ford, Moderna, Peloton, Microsoft. Let's look at Apple here. Apple's slightly down in the session. Today for data, we have the S&P final U.S. manufacturing PMI at 9:45, so it's 15 minutes into the trading session. We also have ISM manufacturing. So medium forecast is 48.5%. So a little bit of data at 9:45 and 10. We have Dallas Fed President Lori Logan speaking at 10:15, Chicago Fed President Goolsbee at 12:45, and then the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell opening remarks at 1 p.m. So 1 p.m., I would say 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. are going to be your biggest market moving events. Again, Powell does speak at 1 p.m. Federal Reserve Chair opening remarks. Still haven't found any real A plus setups as I'm just doing a brief pre-market scan. No real A plus setups. So if there's any tickers you guys want me to look at, just say the word, put them in the chat, and I'll be happy to look at them. Let's look at Meta. Pulling back a few dollars here. Viable level and support. Just remove all these trend lines here. Does look like a solid bull flag. Potentially trying to form back above that key 7-day moving average. That's a nice little bullish sign. I think that area could be bought if we backtest it. Notice the relative strength in Meta. Meta's trading above its prior day low, but then you have Nvidia trading below its prior day low. Let's see what Mr. Softy is doing. Mr. Softy is trading above its prior day low. Apple trading above its prior day low. Google trading above its prior day low. Tesla trading below its prior day low. So you have bearish charts, more bearish charts and relative weakness on Tesla and Nvidia. Let's look at AMD. AMD below its prior day low. Let's look at Broadcom, AVGO. That's trading above. So you could have a bit of a pairs trade here where we long AVGO, Broadcom, and short Nvidia. Could be a bit of a pairs trade. Interesting to see the divergences between some of the mega caps trading above and below their prior day lows. Very interesting. Good morning, Sarfraz. Thanks for joining in. Bart looking at gold. Yeah, we can take a look at gold again. Yeah, gold's right into that gap fill there. Up strongly on the session, 2.05%. Very, very strong. Yeah, that looks like a good area, Bart, for a nice scalp short. Yeah, that's a good opportunity. So gold definitely trading into some key resistance zones here. Hitting that prior week high, it did pierce that zone. Let's see if we have any sort of a divergence on the RSI. So 30-minute chart does suggest gold can go a touch higher. You do have a negative divergence forming on gold, but remember, this is going to be a tough one to short unless we get some sort of a pop in the US dollar. But it is into a short zone. There's a defined risk here. You could use the high of day as a stop loss. That's for sure. Let's look at that Dixie chart. So the Dixie under prior day low, very, very weak on the session right now. It is trying to firm up slightly. It's at a double bottom zone here. A brief hourly chart double bottom. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. Dixie could have triggered a head and shoulders pattern that takes us lower, but the daily chart is still very, very oversold. But it does look like the Dixie's probably going down to this trend line here, guys. Call it maybe 97 bucks. It's more of a weekly chart pattern. You can clearly see this upsloping trend line going back to 2011 pivot, 2021 pivot. So gold in the near term might be a little bit of a scalp short up at these highs, but it does look like it's probably going to push to new highs if this Dixie makes one more little spike low, one more little drop. So just be mindful of that. Dollar down, gold up. But for scalp short today, yep, you can work with that on gold. Let's look at natural gas because that is shaking and moving this morning. That right now is up over 6%, recapturing a lot of the key moving averages on the daily chart. It's now back above the 7 and the 20. So we'll see how that wants to respond. Net gas is probably along this week all the way back up to its prior week high, 384, 385. That's where I'd consider shorting it. It is showing potential signs of an inverse head and shoulders here. It has not triggered, which is why we have to be mindful. But definitely nat gas is looking fairly interesting. I would consider shorting nat gas today if it pushed to 379. But there might be a bit of a long opportunity here for us to get a continuation move higher. It's very risky chasing 6%. It's really not in my strategy, but there is a potential that it could work out. So keep nat gas longs on your radar. That one's certainly got some momentum behind it today. Definitely a lot of momentum behind it today. Very interesting. Hmm. Going through my charts here to see if there's any other tickers we should be looking at. I know there's some high volume movers. There's some names like BMGL in the pre-market just absolutely flying, gapping up higher here. I mean, these are some high flying risk names pushing and pumping. Wow, look at that. Let's see what the high it's hit in the pre-market. Yeah, so that's hit a pre-market high of about 1132. I don't even know what the specs are on this company. Aslo Medical Group, volume 177 million, market cap 114. So it's very small sized stock, but it does trade quite a substantial volume, at least in the pre-market here. BPMC, another high flyer here, gapping up to the high side. Look at that gap up from 101.35 to 128. Wow, that's crazy. Market cap 6.5 billion. Okay, this is one that we could potentially trade. Let's just see what the news is on this guy. Santa Fe to pay 500 million to co-deal if terminated under certain circumstances. Mergers and acquisitions. Okay. Yeah, for sure. I'll share the YouTube link. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna actually keep this one on watch this BPMC to see if we can get a bit of a short trade. I don't know what the shares are gonna be like for volume wise or the amount of shares available, but there's a potential for a little bit of a scalp short. Sorry for just keep in mind YouTube's delayed by about 10 seconds or so compared to the audio commentary, so everyone in Telegram hears it live before actually hearing it on YouTube. But it's nice to have some screens and charts available. All right, let's look at some of the other pre-market. We have Vera, V-E-R-A. So Vera Therapeutics is catching quite a significant amount of volume here in the pre-market, gapping up. Also on news, Vera Therapeutics shares increased by 70% after the company announced that its phase 3 trial of, I don't even know how to say that, adacept for treating immunoglobulin and neuropathy successfully achieved its primary endpoint. Okay, so market cap 1.21 billion, average 30-day volume is quite substantial, 1.19 million, enough there. Today it's huge, huge spike up to the high side. Let's see where we are in the pre-market here. So pre-market high around 38.17. Wow. I would consider a short if we retested that pre-market high, 38.17. Let's see the weekly chart where we're at. It's a pretty high spike up. Wow. Hmm. It's amazing this chart was looking pretty horrific and then one big media announcement, boom, and it's back in play. So yeah, around the $40 level, becomes a nice interesting short. I don't know if it gets back up there today, but we can certainly keep on watch. UMAC gapping up slightly. We do have Bitcoin under pressure today. Bitcoin's shaping up to be a potential little daily chart bear flag. Needs a lot more time though in developing this pattern, but Bitcoin is looking like it's going to be going lower here. So we'll certainly have to keep that one on watch. Bitcoin could be creating two scenarios. One, three scenarios really. Daily chart bear flag, you got that death or the bearish crossover between the 7 and 20 moving average here. Yellow is the 7, blue is the 20. So we'll just keep that one on watch. But the thing about it now is you can keep shorting that 7-day moving average and the 20 because they're in close proximity to each other. But if you start to recapture those, then you're going to be spiking to a new all-time high. So there could be a potential pattern forming of a head and shoulders. I still had it priced in for one more spike higher on Bitcoin to about 114,000. So this could be a little bit of a bearish trap, piling in a lot of shorts to short Bitcoin and then one more move higher. So if you recapture that 7-day and 20-day moving average, then this is likely going to push higher. But any sort of price action, bearish price action below that 20-day, a bear flag or a potential right shoulder formation on BTC, then it does look like we're probably going to go lower. All right, just keep that on mind. And what would support the thesis of one more move higher, in my opinion, is that Dixie breaking down. That Dixie does look like it wants to make one more push lower till about a pierce of 97 bucks. Call it 96.75 and change. So we'll just have to watch that. So let's look at where the S&P 500 is currently trading. So the daily chart of SPY recaptured that 7-day moving average with a nice little hammer candle. It did close negative on Friday, but nevertheless it did have a strong rebound back up to the upside. SPY does look like it wants to maybe test this 581 trend line, but there's a lot of buyers in this vicinity because of the fact that we triggered that very bullish inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart. That's broken out already. Does look like we're forming another potential bull flag pattern, or if you look at it on the 4-hour chart, let me just go to regular trading hours here. Does look like SPY is potentially trying to form another inverse head and shoulders to push higher. Now, a couple things that I'm watching here on SPY. I'm watching prior day low. So 586.07 is a big support area. If we lose that, we're going to go and test this trend line around that 581, 582. It is an upsloping trend line, so we could break that. Now, remember when we were looking at some of the mega caps, right? A lot of the mega caps were above prior day low, and then some key names were below prior day low. So right now, SPY is above prior day low, so we want to give the benefit of the doubt to a continuation move higher. But of course, when you have the largest company like Nvidia below its prior day low by a substantial margin, you also have Tesla, some of the highest volume names below their prior day low. That's a little bit of caution to the wind. We have to be mindful of that and be very, very careful. Tesla's 15-minute chart is exceptionally bearish. Look at this H pattern or bear flag. That is a nasty, nasty thing on Tesla, and it does look like it wants to head lower. I mean, we simply just measure a bear flag scenario here on Tesla. It's looking like a 334 downside target. And it is below its weekly low. But then on the plus side of the market, we don't want to be too bearish. Apple above its prior day low. Amazon above its, nope, right now in the pre-market below its prior day low. Google above its prior day, oh, gapping down as well. So that's a pretty big gap down on Google. Let's see where we are. Retesting that lower boundary trend line and tail from Friday. Interesting. Let's look at Meta again. Meta was above its prior day low. Yep, Meta's well above. So you have a little bit of relative strength in a couple key names. Microsoft still above its prior day low, but also gapping down slightly. We are looking at the US 10-year yield holding that key support trend line. So it did look like the 10-year yield was gapping down, but keep in mind we do have a little bit of data today. We also have Powell speaking at 1. So the 10-year yield is about to form a bearish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average. And it is outperforming the 2-year yield, so it's trying to widen that spread. The VIX is popping up slightly today, 5.65%, so you're seeing a little bit of continuation. You're also seeing that sign of safety money fleeing to gold. Commodities catching a little bit of a bid. Let's see oil again. So oil, big spike to the upside. Look at oil. And this is a good thing that we're holding XOM. So we were day trading XOM on our live stream before. We picked up shares around this 102.30 area and 101.90. We were underwater slightly with that big tail pierce. Nevertheless, it is gapping up nicely on the back of WTI crude. If WTI crude holds this breakout and holds near the highs, oil stocks are absolutely going to fly today. We look at XLE. XLE is still significantly undervalued here. I think XLE is probably going to push up into this 83.62 gap. So oil stocks are something that is probably going to go higher in the near term. So we might have a bit of a pairs trade opportunity where we can short, say, the NASDAQ if we see continuation weakness in some of those mega cap tech names. Right now, the NASDAQ is underperforming all indices, so down 0.43% on the Qs. IWM is actually holding some positive territory, SPY down 0.31. So again, the NASDAQ right now is below its prior day low, as opposed to SPY way above its prior day low. So for shorts, if you're looking to short some options plays on the indices, the Qs or the Nasdaq is the better short right now. SPY is getting some relative strength from some of the energy commodities and other sectors, but tech seems to be under pressure this morning. So again, Qs, as long as the Qs stay below that prior day low, it's a short. If it recaptures it, then we're going to push higher. But as of now, the Qs are seeing a bit of distribution and definitely lagging this market. All right. So we have about 20 minutes till the open here. Just about 20 minutes till the open. Let's see these regional banks. Yeah, regional banks are under pressure as well. Let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix under pressure. Slightly down by about $6. Let's look at some of these China names. China names like Baba holding up okay today. Catching a bit of a bid in China. Let's just look at our sectors quickly. So regionals are down slightly, materials are positive, communications are down, energy is obviously green, financials are slightly negative, industrials are slightly negative, XLK down by about 91 cents, staples are barely negative, real estate slightly negative, utilities are slightly negative, healthcare positive, and consumer discretionary negative. So it seems like energy and healthcare are your leading sectors in the market today. So we want to be paying close attention to those names. Good morning, Manatee Orange. Thanks for tuning in. So if we look at GLD, remember how we were discussing golds into that high pivot gap fill short zone? The ultimate upside target, if we look at this channel on GLD, it does suggest gold's going to push up to at least 312.80. Whether that not that happens today, that could be dependent on some of the 9:45 and 10 a.m. data. And then keep in mind we do have Powell speaking at 11. Yeah, nat gas manatee is flying, so I'll take a look at that again since you're asking about it. But nat gas has absolutely reclaimed the short-term 7 and 20 moving averages, trading up on the session 7.35%. It has pulled in slightly from the highs, but look at this potential little bull flag breakout that it's trying to do. It's testing that weekly high around 373.90. Where I think this ultimately goes today, we have to look at the 4-hour chart or even the daily chart. You have this key trend line on the 4-hour chart, okay? This trend line connects that high pivot from May 12th around 398 to this high pivot of 383. It's looking like nat gas wants to test 379 and change today. Don't be shocked if it tries to do that. I would really buy it on a pullback if we retested, say, that intraday 15-20 minute moving average, say around 365. But I'm inclined to potentially scalp short at around 379. Now, despite this big move, nat gas has a tendency of luring people in. Okay, it does appear that it's creating this inverse head and shoulders. The only downside is that it has not triggered yet. Okay, it has not triggered the official breakout. So what's likely going to happen is you're going to get a liquidity sweep on nat gas today. It's going to try to break out of this inverse head and shoulders, and it's going to trap a lot of long liquidity in and around this 380 plus zone. I still have this big level around 385, which is a short zone. So between 380 and 385 is a massive short zone on nat gas because that is your potential breakout zone of natural gas. If it fails there, nat gas is going to $3. I still think nat gas is probably going to go lower. What would change my mind is a breakout above 385. Then I would flip back to the bullish side. So just keep that on and watch. Yeah, exactly. When something moves this sharply, I tend to stand back a bit. That's a smart observation and definitely wise. Obviously, nat gas has a tendency to rip to the upside and the downside. A 10% nat gas day is not out of the extreme, and for it to hold is not out of the extreme, but it's wise not to chase, right? Definitely wise not to trace. And keep in mind, right? Nat gas right now is following suit with oil, right? So you have some strong demand. I mean, we look at what oil's done today. Look at that nice little breakout on oil. Oil's breaking out of its wedge pattern here. Also a scenario where it could be triggering an inverse head and shoulders. It's a bit sloppy, but technically you can't be an inverse head and shoulders because this wick is lower, but this looked like just a liquidity grab down below, ran the stops. So if you drew the shoulder here, drew the head, this could be another inverse head and shoulders on oil. So the energy complex is certainly strong today. And again, that's why names like XOM, we're still holding a swing long. Down below, that's gapping up quite substantially. I think XOM probably heads to this, where's that daily chart gap fill? So that was your previous little gap. 104.86 is where I think XOM heads to today. 104.86. Maybe it even tests that short-term 20 moving average in blue. Let's look at names like AR, because that's a nat gas play. Yeah, that's strong today. And remember, the market is weak today, so names that are showing some relative strength can go a little bit higher. All right, so you're getting a little bit of a potential bearish crossover which of the key short-term moving average, which could be negated today. So look for AR for a continuation move higher. That one is showing some positive strength here in the pre-market. Let's see where it hit a high in the pre-market. So we are testing pre-market high right now, pulling back slightly. So this one is one that can be bought on dips. I repeat, AR can be bought on dips. I'd let it make a little bit of consolidation, and if you go long this name, just be careful about watching that underlying commodity itself. EQT is another one that nat gas play, gapping up very sharply. Wow. Testing that high pivot zone here on EQT. Does look like a nice constructive potential bull flag. Let's look at CPK. Let's look at rig RIG. This is a high beta oil name. This is one that could absolutely rip today, guys. RIG, rig. I'd consider going long on rig today as long as oil holds its gains. Also a very tight wedge pattern that is forming. And look at the difference between this rig chart and WTI crude, right? Crude oil is broken out of its short-term wedge pattern, but rig hasn't. So I'm going to keep rig on watch for a potential long. I'm going to keep rig on watch. Nice pop on silver today, showing continuation strength with gold. So not too many day trading levels today on watch. You'd have to get some pretty outsized flushes to the downside to scalp long on some mega cap names like Tesla. I'm watching a Pierce of 339. I have a couple short levels on that gas, but they're higher. Looking at oil stocks really are the ones that I think we can trade on the long side. I think even taking some positions out on the open on like rig. Rig has a gap fill around 260, 261, which I think gets filled today. But I do think that really the strong play is in the energy sector for the time being today, unless we get some outsized moves. So not too much on the session that is providing, some A plus setups. Even the indices itself are in a tricky scenario with the SPY chart trading above its prior day low, but the Q's trading below its prior day low, trying to breach some key support levels in the near term. Let's look at some upside targets on the Qs here, or some downside support levels. So we have that key trend line, which we'll keep on watch. We have about 10 minutes here till the open. I'm just going to grab some more coffee and then we'll get into the swing of things here. Black no sugar. Hey, that's the way I drink it too, Bart. Black no sugar. Just the way I like it. All right, so we'll keep SPY on watch. I am going to flip my other screen here. I'll be right back. TR interesting is coffee tastes like molten ice cream. I guess you and Paul would be getting along here. Half coffee, half creamer, and 5 tablespoons of sugar. You guys, I thought you guys were sweet enough already. All right, so we have about 5 minutes here till the open. Manatee also saying that he was thinking about shorting nat gas around 375. Yeah, it's one that could work out, but we'll just be mindful. So I have two charts up on YouTube. I have the SPY 5 minute and the 15-minute chart. I also have some of the highest volume traded names. So again, some of those names are like Cleveland Cliff, Google, Tesla, Palantir, Lucid, Intel, Plug, MP. So we'll see how those shape up. Then I have a few other charts that I'm watching for setups. So really, I have some levels on Tesla, Nat Gas, Rig. We're already trading XOM long, so we'll just continue to hold that as oil is still looking unbelievably strong for the time being. Again, guys, keep in mind, Powell at 1 o'clock. Powell speaking at 1 o'clock. And we have 9:45 data and 10 a.m. data. Oh, I love tea. Tea works absolutely. Green tea, really any tea. Orange pekoe, Earl Grey. I do like tea. All right, just 3 minutes here till the open. Again, yields are pushing, gold, silver pushing, VIX is elevated, commodities are elevated. So there's a lot of headwinds for the market today, and you have the Qs lagging. So Qs are lagging SPY, SPY's lagging the IWM, IWM slightly green. On the bright side, Nvidia just went slightly positive in the pre-market here. So NVDA going slightly positive. Let's look at that name. Nvidia trying to test a little bit of support here. Obviously, Nvidia's lower gap sits around this 131 zone. But a nice little push higher for Nvidia. Google really struggling, down 2.35%. AMD's slightly green. Again, natural gas stocks strong. Oil still ripping up 4.6%. China stocks catching a bid. All right, so I'd consider a stab at the long side on SPY around 586. That's your prior day low for a scalp. And if you lose that, then we should be flushing to about 582. Okay, so they need to defend 586 on SPY. 586 on SPY. All right, markets are open here. A little bit of a bid off of the open on SPY. So they're defending that weekly low. Weekly low at 587.72 on SPY is being defended. I repeat that weekly low. Nvidia getting a nice surge out of the gate. Apple's gone green. GME's gone green. Natural gas still holding steady. So this is where on the SPY 5-minute chart, you're potentially getting a bearish cross of the 7 and 20. Any sort of a retest of that 7 and 20, if we get the bearish crossover, is a short zone. But just keep in mind, Nvidia's getting the opposite move on the 15-minute chart. You're getting a bullish cross of the 7 and 20 moving average. So a lot of mixed price action here. But with Nvidia starting to push and Apple green, those are a couple of your biggest companies. You're looking like you want to give this market the benefit of the doubt so far. Still getting that CLF. Nucor steel stocks are still unbelievably strong at the moment. Baxter International doing well. Took a nice 5-minute dump there, guys. So crude oil selling off. I'm going to watch for some of these names. Energy for a little bit of a long. But crude oil selling off sharply here. SPY still trying to test the bulls here. The bulls are trying to recapture some key levels. Natural gas is starting to pull in from the highs a touch here, along with crude oil. So with crude oil starting to give up a decent amount of its gains, you could see some additional tailwinds for the market. Google still down a couple percent. That's trying to recover. Let's see this BMGL. Nvidia is still remaining very strong here. So this market's looking like it's going to go green. Repeat, the market's looking like it's going to go green. All right, so this is a short zone on SPY incoming. It's a very aggressive short if we pierce that 589.86 level. Qs have gone green, so now the tech stocks are leading the charge to the upside. So tech is leading the charge to the upside here, guys. A lot more green starting to appear on my screen. All right, the Dixie's starting to rip here, guys. I'm going to take a scalp short on GLD here. I'm going to take a scalp short on GLD. It's approaching its gap fill. I want to let it see it. I want to see it fill that gap on GLD, but GLD is on watch for a short scalp as the Dixie's starting to rip here. I have not entered. I'll let you know if I take a position on GLD. So again, the markets are into that little bit of a short zone. SPY, we'll see if it can recapture and pierce that 7-day moving average. And again, I'm going to look at potentially going long oil, WTI crude, or USO. I'm going to look at a long on USO. I'm watching a key back test here of the breakout zone on WTI crude, so I'm looking at a long on oil as well. No positions taken yet today. I like GLD short around 309.69 as a potential scalp. SPY again is trying to get that 5-minute bearish crossover of these key moving averages. Typically is a very negative sign. Nvidia is still remaining firm. Nat gas pulling in a touch here from the highs. Apple still green. All right, tough market to short with Apple and Nvidia still holding steady. I mean, look at Nvidia's chart here, holding that 15-minute high near like a champ. Watching that 5-minute chart. Let's look at Apple. Apple also is trying to test its highs from Friday. Very interesting. Keep Nvidia on watch. That's starting to play a little bit of a downside move. This is aggressive, guys. I'm long USO here. I'm taking a stab at USO on the long side. I repeat, 69.50. I'm long USO. 69.50. Long USO. So I'm playing oil on the long side. And simply speaking, if we look at WTI crude, crude oil is back testing its key little breakout zone here. So we'll see if it wants to hold that. All right, so that's where we bought, right on that trend line there, back testing the 7-day. So we're long USO because of WTI crude. SPY still trying to push higher. I'm looking for a new high of day. There, since we're long oil, that means that energy stocks are back in play. Names like RIG, XOM, CVX, XLE if you're a little bit more conservative. Meta's just absolutely flying from the open, up 1.91%. Meta is flying. Okay, so I'm going to add to my USO position about 40 cents lower if need be, so 69.10 I would add to my position. SPY is still trying to push higher here. Nvidia is still strong up 1.75, but Meta, what a reversal on Meta. I mean, Meta is just flying to the high side, triggering an inverse head and shoulders on Meta. We are testing a breakout here. We are definitely testing a breakout candle for Meta. That is just a phenomenal move. Wow. What a phenomenal. Tesla bouncing on that key trend line that we discussed. SPY still trying to recapture those short-term moving average. So it's a big level for SPY, but considering the Qs, look how strong the Qs are off of the open. Wow. So so this market wants to push. I mean, I would not short SPY here. I think that the Qs are so strong right now with the likes of Meta and Nvidia just ripping. SPY getting a little bit of a backtest on those key moving averages. Wow. That is strong. So far, we just have the long position. Let's keep our GLD on watch. All right, guys, I'm going to short GLD here. It's high risk. I'm going to short GLD. It's risky ahead of this data because if the US dollar does drop. All right, I'm short GLD 309.82. 309.82. I repeat, 309.82. It's a one of three position. I'm looking for a move back down to 308.90. So between 75 cents to $1, I'm looking on GLD. Natural gas selling off a little bit. IWM puts. JP and IWM puts. Yeah, we can look at IW. Yeah, nice little trade there, JP. Definitely. Hourly chart looking bearish. That one we could potentially flush all the way down to 202.51. It's definitely showing some bearish price action. You're going to have some support at 204.63. That's your 20-day moving average. But if you lose that 20-day on IWM, then yeah, you could see a pretty large flush down to 202.61-ish, that gap fill. So that's a nice little short. Anyone that wants to get on that IWM train, it's not too late if you get a little bit of bearish consolidation. Very interesting. Nice find there, JP. Good trade setup. So we're seeing SPY trying to come a little bit of a buy the dip. So my next add level to GLD is around 310.32. Around 310.32. SPY still trying to get a little bit of a buy the dip. And again, just with the strength in some of the mega caps, Tesla almost going green, Microsoft almost going green, Apple's green, Amazon, Meta, Nvidia. I mean, between Meta and Nvidia strength, you've got some real solid potential for the SPY and Qs to have a nice little trend session to the upside. They're looking very strong. Looking very strong. Again, so I'm short GLD, 1/3 position off the 309.82. My second entry is coming into play here on GLD at 310.32. We're a few pennies away. Taking a bit of a long stab at a continuation move higher for oil. We do have data coming out in 1 minute. We have 1 minute data coming out. 1 minute data incoming. And then we have 10 o'clock data and 1 p.m. So after the 10 o'clock data, whichever directional move we get is likely going to be a trend into the 1 o'clock time frame with Powell speaking at 1. As I filled on my GLD, 310.32, my second entry. 310.32, my second entry. So some manufacturing data coming out, PMIs so far. We'll see what happens. Getting a little bit of a sell-off in the markets. So what's interesting is why I'm trying to short GLD here is gold is or the dollar's trying to break out of this little zone here. It's getting a little bit of a sell-off here on the 15-minute chart, but we'll see if it can try to recapture it. SPY under a bit of pressure now. So you're getting that bearish crossover on the 5-minute chart of the 7 and 20. It does suggest lower, guys, on SPY. Does suggest lower on SPY. QQQ coming under pressure slightly. GLD still acting fairly well. Oil's trying to still come in. A little bit more sell side pressure in the markets. Pretty decent sized sell coming into Nvidia now. The S&P, Apple's trying to still hold its positive price action. GLD still remaining firm. Yields are softening up just a touch here. Silver absolutely flying still. All right, I'm going to build into an XLE position here, guys. I'm going to build into an XLE position. I just got filled at 81.72. It's a 1/3 position. 81.72. 1/3 position on XLE. All right. So XLE back tested its weekly low around 81.71, testing that 20-minute 5 MA. Obviously, if we look at WTI crude, it's a nice 5-minute sell-off. This name should try to push higher. That's a very, very sharp sell-off on crude oil for the time being. I'm going to look to add to USO around 69.10 and then 40 cents from that if need be. So 3 positions on the docket, just common shares for me. No real options plays as I'm not seeing any sort of trend. So if I don't see any sort of a trend, I like to just go with common shares. Gives myself the ability to not have to worry about theta. For the time being, SPY could be putting in a lower high. Again, we do have 10 a.m. data that will come into play. SPY is trying to go lower here. Let's look at GLD again. A little bit of reversal there. SPY breaking that low pivot of day. This is where things get very interesting on SPY. Let's see the next support zones on SPY. I'm just going to draw some key trend lines in. You have that little minor trend there. And obviously you have a major gap fill sitting around 579. IWM, so JP called that out. IWM is absolutely printing to the downside. Looking for that 202.53 gap fill on IWM. Nice call there, JP. Beautiful sell off. That is just dumping. Small caps are leading the charge to the downside. Energy's still fairly strong. You have names like WTI up 3.4, Vale up 1.42, Rig still up 1.8. Nat gas stocks still holding fairly decent on the session, but they have sold off just a touch here. SPY testing that weekly low demand at 587.19. 587.19 is weekly low demand. We're piercing it right now, making new lows. All right, so prior day low sitting at 583.24. This is becoming a bloodbath in the markets here. Realistically, it's a very, very strong sell-off to the downside in the overall equity markets. Very strong sell-off. Again, we're still holding some longs on USO. We're holding a short on GLD, which isn't really cooperating. No sizable move yet on GLD. I would consider buying SPY. If we get a flush into the 584 level, this upsloping trend line, 584 pierce, I would consider a long on SPY for a quick bounce. So 584 pierce, I may look to enter 585 calls. But a lot of weakness in small caps. Small caps are definitely seeing some risk off session. We are long XLE. That's slightly green by about 10 cents, guys. So we're trading energy stocks here. We are long USO, we're long XLE, and we're short gold. So our first entry on XLE was off this 81.72 zone. Simply put, we bought the 15-minute back test of the 7-day moving average. I think XLE has a strong chance once the markets stop selling of going back to the highs. But a nice little bounce on XLE, putting us in the money. USO hasn't really cooperated yet. My average on USO is 69.50. It's only one entry on the position, 69.50. But XLE's printing here. WTI crude again. We'll see if WTI crude can hold this breakout above this neckline zone. This is a 4-hour chart pattern. Trying to break out. So far a heavy rejection sell. A nice little liquidity grab there. This is the gap fill on XLE 5-minute chart. So it's a liquidity zone here around 82.20. NEM heavy call purchase. Thanks for that heads up. Nice bounce on XLE, guys. Really solid bounce. That's taking our long position. So the prudent thing to do would be to not let this trade go against you, putting a break-even stop loss. I haven't taken profits yet on XLE. I think that it's a nice little opportunity where we're seeing XLE still hold firm as the markets are selling. So we could push higher in the near term. So I'm still holding steady on XLE. But if you want to take profits, that's up to you. It's the prudent thing to do. All right, guys, I just did a final entry to my GLD short here, 311.04. GLD absolutely printed to the high side there, 311.04. I have a full position short on GLD. Full position short on GLD. Let's see if the markets want to bounce, GLD sell off. Come on. Beautiful continuation move, guys, on XLE. That is just beautiful. XLE approaching that high volume previous gap zone from Thursday. Look at that bounce on XLE, guys. Nice little trade there on the long side. USO, we're still waiting for USO to firm up. I do believe oil's probably going to push back to the highs again today. SPY getting a little decent bounce. So you had that bearish crossover on SPY here. You see these two key moving average. That resulted in a bearish cross. Any sort of a retest there is a short zone. So if SPY pushes up into this area, could short it back down to 585. I think this S&P 500 market is vulnerable. Very, very vulnerable. See 10 a.m. data coming up in a few minutes. Look at GLD again. So GLD coming in off that 311 level. My average on GLD is sitting at 310.40. So we're slightly down on GLD, but that's okay. It's still got a lot of time. USO coming into my next ad level. 369.10 is my next entry on USO. We are seeing oil sell off a little bit more again. So watch that XLE position as the markets are under a bit of pressure again. Google just getting dumped on. Let's look at that IWM again. IWM approaching that gap fill. IWM is approaching gap fill. Look at this daily chart of IWM. It's hitting that lower boundary trend line right now, upsloping trend line from your pivot low in April 9th to your pivot low here on May 23rd. We're into a support zone right now on IWM. It's a daily chart level, so they can absolutely pierce it, which it look like they will. But that is a bit of a support zone that we're breaching on the daily chart. We have another little upsloping trend line pointing over here. Let's see, maybe this is where they want to take us. 4-hour chart pattern, call it 201. Very interesting. Still a fair amount of weakness in this market. You do have all indices red. IWM leading the charge to the downside, down 0.82%. SPY down 0.53, Q's down 0.3, Nat Gas still up 6.9%. You have Bitcoin trading down 1.82%. The Dixie is also red, down 0.66%. SOX is red, so therefore semiconductors are still seeing a bit of relative strength today. Gold is surging, silver surging. 10 a.m. data is hitting. It's dropping SPY a little bit lower here. Nvidia is still holding strength. I did add to my USO here at 69.10. Second entry, I repeat, second entry on USO, 69.10. XLE still coming in. WTI crude seeing a fair sell-off here. SPY getting absolutely dumped on. All right, I'm going to look to enter a long position on SPY here. I repeat, I'm going to look to enter a long position on SPY. IWM coming into its gap fill here. Buy around 583.24 is this double bottom prior day low. It's a bit of a long scalp on SPY. It's going to be aggressive, but I do believe it can work. I repeat, prior day low into this trend line zone, a pierce of this trend line, pierce of 584 is an opportunity to go long on SPY. Everything is being sold off right now. Everything except for gold and natural gas. Paul's looking at CoreWeave. Thoughts on CRWV? Yeah, I can take a peek at CoreWeave. That's actually holding some bullish strength. Does look like it's back testing the 15-minute 7-day moving average here. Yeah, this one can remain strong. If the market catches a bounce, because this name is already showing relative strength, it's going to get bought up. So any sort of a bounce in the SPY or the NASDAQ or Russell, you're going to get bought up on CoreWeave. It is looking very, very strong. But what I've been seeing on CoreWeave intraday, because I have traded this one a few times myself, intraday price action, they usually pump CoreWeave up in the morning and then they sell into it in the afternoon. So just be cautious with CoreWeave. But any sort of a market bounce, this name's going to rip. Yeah. Prior day high is around on CoreWeave is 111.95. I would like that entry for a long. But obviously you can see you're putting in a pretty strong bounce there on CoreWeave. But it does look very, very strong. Again, market bounce, that name should press higher. Gold still just consolidating. WTI crude coming down still a little bit more. We have one more entry around 68.70 on USO. Let's look at Nvidia again. Nvidia getting a nice little buy the dip. Let's see the QQQ support where we're at. 15-minute chart support, back testing the 20-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. I would really like the indices to hit some of these major trend lines. Does look like they want to. Obviously the QQQ gap is over here. SPY definitely getting bought up slightly here. And right now on the 1-minute chart, you can see how the 7 and 20 are keeping us in check here. Basically our gap down, bounce, retested the 20, big sell-off. Retested the 7, big sell-off. Now we're retesting the 7, likely a continuation move. If we get through the 7, that 20-day is also a potential short zone. That 20-day could match with this little high pivot zone. So that's a bit of a short. A retest on 587.60 on SPY is a nice little short zone. Does look like we're probably going to go lower in these markets. Waiting for a potential bullish cross of the 7 and 20. Once we start to see that 7 curling up and making an attempt at crossing over, just like we saw the bearish cross here, resulting in a lower price. Once we start to see that bullish crossover, it's showing that the trend and sellers are starting to weaken here. IWM almost filled that gap to the downside, guys. IWM almost filled that gap. Bitcoin still down, trading under 104,000 on BTC. Let's see some of our higher volume names today. So Lucid's down 3.5%. APLD up 29.43%. SPY 1 minute chart still holding steady. IWM seeing a bit of a bounce. You can see gold is starting to come in just a touch here. WTI crude still pressing lower, guys. WTI crude still pressing lower. XLE still holding steady. I still remain long on XLE, and it's a starter position off that 81.72 level. I would add to my position about, call it 25 to 30 cents lower. Notice how XLE got rejected right off that previous gap fill zone. So it's now trying to create a bit of a support zone here at that 81.70. Resistance is now at this gap for this previous gap that we blasted over. USO again, I'd add at 68.80. Let's look at GLD again. SPY trying to curl up here on the 1 minute, guys. SPY is trying to curl up. Gold is trying to see a little bit of sell side pressure. If you want to take a long on CoreWeave using that low of day as a stop, that is not a bad potential trade opportunity as the markets are catching a small bounce here. Just keep in mind CoreWeave is very volatile. Notice the correlation as SPY is trying to push up and curl higher. We are seeing gold coming down slightly. It's now 10:08. We're getting a bounce back in crude oil. Energy stocks are trying to push higher here. Gold, we are coming into our average level here, sitting at 310.40. GLD average is 310.40. So this is a little peekaboo breakout above that short-term 1 minute simple moving average. You can see liquidity is being sold into slightly here. So aggressive traders can short here. More conservative traders on the 1 minute time frame would wait for this little pivot zone here at 588. Come on, gold. Come on down. Gold is starting to see a little bit more heavy selling. You can see how extended GLD truly is. I'm looking at taking a long trade on ticker CLF, Cleveland Cliffs, steel. Cleveland Cliffs is obviously gapping up on the session, up 27.79%. Very strong on the session on the back of Trump imposing steel tariffs on Canada and trying to force more of a dominant steel industry. The reason I like CLF is we're slightly off of the pre-market high. Pre-market high is 797, and there is a major gap fill at 761 that I'm eyeing. I'm going to see if we can buy a back test on CLF around 736. If CLF pushes 736, I may, or back test 736, I may enter long. Okay. This APLD is just a monster today. Lucid's under pressure. Palantir down 1.71. Qs are still stronger than SPY. IWM obviously the weakest. Gold took a little bit of a dip there. Oil's trying to bounce a touch here. XLE's trying to bounce as well. Again, we're long XLE. Still holding some longs on XLE. We are in the money on XLE. My XLE target, probably back into this high pivot, 83 bucks. I'd look for a sell. I might sell it depending if we get a quick sharp move up. I'd look for a potential sell around 82.50, 82.80. Big bounce in XLE. Nice job if you took that trade with us. That one is working out very, very well. We're up sharply on that trade. USO still not really cooperating just yet, but we got some time with that trade. Potential SPY 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. I repeat, potential 1 minute inverse head and shoulders on SPY. Looking for a mini breakout here. SPY could be in the bottoming formation. It hasn't broken out here yet, guys, but a SPY 1 minute inverse head and shoulders is on watch. Very interesting. Let's take a peek at CoreWeave again. See what that's doing. Still trying to firm up here on the session. Google still down 1.9, Tesla down 2.4. Ooh, Tesla might be into my long level here, guys. Just give me a second. What did I have? 338.94. Oh yeah, guys, I like Tesla for a long here. I'm going to take a stab at the long side of Tesla. It's aggressive, high risk, but I'm taking a stab on Tesla long here, guys. 338, I just got filled. It's an aggressive buy, but I think it's one that we can play on the long side. That's a starter position. All right, it's a starter position on Tesla. You can see we're into a little bit of support down here. It might try to go and breach this 330 level, but Tesla I do like for an opportunity on the long side. Again, I'm long at 338. 338 long Tesla, guys. Starter position. I'm looking for a retest of about 3. Let me just widen out this time frame. I'm looking for a retest of this channel, right? So we broke this little upsloping trend line on Tesla, major pivot low to pivot low. I'm looking for a retest. Come on, Tesla. Get going. Just common shares. So move back to 342, even 340 would be ideal. SPY's still holding some bullish structure. Come on, Tesla. Keep pumping. SPY still struggling at this little neckline. It's a very aggressive trade as the markets are in a little bit of a downtrend intraday. But we'll see if we can get some positive price action here. Crude oil still trying to firm up at the lows here. Nice little sell-off in crude oil. See if it wants to push higher. USO still trying to bounce here. I would add to my Tesla position. So I'm building in from this 338 down to 333. So again, if Tesla breaches this low pivot here, call it 335.40, I'd add to my position down there. Nice little firm up. We're up about 37 cents on Tesla. Come on. I know it's got more. XLE, we're still long. We're in the driver's seat on that trade. Gold is the one that's really not cooperating. WTI crude trying to firm up here. Natural gas appears to be going for another high of day. I do have a short level on nat gas, but it's a little bit higher. So if SPY breaks out here, we have an upside target of a 589.76 off of this 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. So there is potentially a bullish setup here on SPY, but we need it to go higher here. We need it to break out of this 1 minute chart pattern. So far for the time being, it has not. Tesla's trying to firm up. Nice little move on our long. Anonymous saying TLT and Dixie both down, but not sure what's bullish. Yeah, so I mean the currency markets. So with TLT down, obviously interest rates are up. It's a bit of a mixed tape here, right? It's very confusing out there for sure. You know, you would figure with yields up today, TLT down, or bonds down, you would figure currency markets like the dollar would be um, higher today, but it's a mixed bag of tricks, right? Typically, when yields are strong, the Dixie is moving higher, but the Dixie's been in a bit of a downtrend, right? Yields have been in an uptrend trying to break out until this last week. They had a potential failed breakout, which is why I think the currency markets are forcing the dollar down. So if we look at the US 10-year yield on the daily chart, and you can see SPY, there was a failed breakout on the Dixie, right? This little peekaboo liquidity grab high was a failed breakout, in my opinion. So once you get a failed breakout in yields, they are expected to go lower. Simply draw this trend line. This is a little bit more of something that we can discuss after the day trading session because it's more macro, it's more swing trading. But basically, if we look on this 10-year yield, this failed breakout here, bond participants are now starting to accumulate bonds. expecting softer, weaker demand, potentially a slowing of the economy, maybe some near-term risk in the markets. But if you look at this wedge pattern, the 10-year yield is sitting right on that trend line. And if this breaks and we get a bearish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average here, yields are going lower. And I'm expecting yields to go lower based off of this little liquidity failed breakout. And that's why currency markets are pricing in lower price on the Dixie. So just because yields are strong one day today doesn't necessarily negate the near-term trend of likely going lower. But our Tesla trade, that is absolutely flying here. So SPY is trying to break out. We're up on our Tesla. We're up on our XLE. We are waiting for USO to firm up, as well as GLD to come down. Trader 586 GDX really moving to, yeah, gold strong, right? Gold strong. I just got to get an Amazon package here, guys. I'll be right back. But still long Tesla. Looking to add if we dip below this low pivot. Still long XLE, short gold, and long USO. So we have 4 positions, 3 longs, 1 short. And we are in the driver's seat for the majority of them. So let's see what happens here as SPY is trying to break out of this 1-minute inverse head and shoulders. No problem, Anonymous. And if you guys have any other questions, let me know. Nice little surge there in the equity markets. Beautiful price action in Tesla. We're up $1.77 and change. Anyone that went long on SPY, great job. And we're also still holding XLE as well, which is surging to a little bit of a new high. So we're in the driver's seat on all of our positions here. GLD is trying to come down as well. Still slightly down on that position by about 40 cents, but it's starting to cooperate in favor. Again, we do have a nice little breakout here on SPY. Any sort of a back test of this low pivot here likely can be bought for continuation along to about 589. So 588 calls, 589 calls on SPY look pretty good today. As long as we stay above this 587.70 pivot. So there's the little back test of that pivot so far. As long as that holds, it should remain firm and likely trend higher. Come on, Tesla. I want it to move up a little bit more. I'm looking for an exit around, a first trim around 341. I do believe Tesla has the ability to move higher. Markets are trying to rip here. Again, we still have the major indices red across the board. So we should see even more price action. The Qs are actually teetering between flat and positive. So SPY is still down by about $1.13. Tesla, nice move on Tesla. We're up $2 on Tesla. I still haven't taken a trim yet. I'm looking for a little bit of a high volume spike on SPY or Qs in order to take some profits on Tesla here. We still are pushing higher in the near term. Tesla approaching some minor resistance on the 3-minute, 341. 341 is resistance. There's a little spike on SPY. I repeat, a small spike on SPY. Continuation move here on SPY, guys. SPY 1-minute chart's looking absolutely solid. Look what happened when you got that bullish crossover on the 1-minute chart of the 7 and the 20. It's resulted in higher price since then. Obviously, on a technical pattern standpoint, you had that inverse head and shoulders breakout. A back test of this 587.70 likely can be bought. There is a scenario where SPY could even retest this lower boundary trend line and then have a continuation move higher. So there's a couple little scenarios here. You don't really want to chase it just yet. You want to buy a little bit of the pullbacks off of this SPY breakout. Again, we're still long Tesla, long USO, long XLE, and short GLD. GLD is really not cooperating yet, but that's okay. All right, any other tickers? Feel free to put them in the chats, guys. We can look at them. Nvidia's still green, Apple's still struggling. XLE's trying to push to the high side. I repeat, XLE's trying to push to the high side. SPY still trying to press for the upside 1-minute inverse head and shoulders target. Let's take a quick peek at something. So if I put this upside target here on SPY, erase that little line. I'm going to just go to the 5-minute chart on SPY. You can see why SPY is slowing down here. It's hitting some 5-minute chart resistance. That simple 20 moving average on the 5-minute chart. And then on the 15-minute chart, you have that 7-day. So what's really fascinating on SPY is you did get that bullish cross on the 15 on Friday. So I'm expecting a little bit more upside from here. We should see higher price from here. So SPY's looking a-okay. A back test on Tesla there. Back test on Tesla. UNH is ripping today. CoreWeave. Since Paul called out CoreWeave, CRWV, So Paul discussed CoreWeave really down here on the 116 zone. It's now trading up a few dollars from there. So nice little call out, Paul. Let's take a look at how IWM is doing again. IWM's had a pretty terrific bounce off of the lows. XLE trying to form a little bit of a bull flag. Again, we're long off that 81.72 level. Oil's still seeing a little bit of sell-off. Back to Tesla. Tesla's backtesting our entry yet again, so still seeing some weakness in Tesla. It's really struggling compared to some of these other stocks. So Nvidia creating a little bit of a bull flag, trying to press higher. Tesla definitely lagging here in the near term. Let me just look at a few things. Again, I'm still wanting to build into a bigger position in Tesla. It's just a 1 of 3 entry. I would add to my Tesla around 335.40, give or take a few pennies, and then around 333.40. But SPY is still strong. Anonymous saying Thursday we had a downward wedge breakout. Today was the retest for TLT. I considered a TLT swing as well. Yep, that's certainly a opportunity on TLT for a swing long. I like that. I think that bonds are going higher in the near term and yields are probably going to be going lower. Notice how this short-term 7-day on TLT is starting to curl up. You're very close, probably a few days of bullish price action, and you get a nice little bullish crossover of the 7 and 20, which should result in an upward move. I mean, you got this downward crossover here on the beginning of May, which resulted in, let's just see here. So that when you got that downward cross, you had about a 5.2% fall. So if you extrapolate that forward and you put a bullish crossover and you get a 5.29% move to the upside, you retest this high pivot and fill this gap. So certainly I like bonds here as yields are likely going to break down in the near term. All right, XLE's trying to firm up here, guys, and push to the high side. We really need oil to make a move. Oil's just struggling here. Oil's probably going to make a little bit of a dip low. So WTI crude appears to be forming a bit of a bear flag here on the 3-minute intraday chart. It's probably going to make one more little wick low, test these lows, pierce it right into this high volume breakout candle. There's going to be a lot of buyers in this zone, I think, on WTI crude. SPY breaking out again to the high side. So crude oil is entering this high volume zone. And again, you probably take out this low as a liquidity sweep, and then you could get a higher push. But I still like XLE. So notice how XLE is trying to break out here. It's almost like energy is front running the liquidity in the actual underlying commodity here. So crude oil is still strong on the session, right? Even though it didn't have that complete move through this breakout zone, you are above on the daily chart those key short-term moving averages, and they are starting to curl up for us. So we'll see if we get a continuation move higher. All right, Tesla trying to go lower in the near term. 5-minute chart, again, I'd add to my position around 335.40. Beautiful move on XLE. Look at this. It's starting to press for this wide range red bar breakdown. It's going to eat through this volume and probably press for about 82, 83. So a nice move on XLE, guys. We're starting to pump to the high side, up about 63 cents on the trade. I'm looking for more. I want to see about 1% or so on this trade. Call it 83 cents to a dollar. Whoa, look at that SPY spike. That must be news or data that came through. What a spike on SPY. Holy. Anybody have any news on that spike, or is that just a technical breakout? We did fulfill the upside inverse head and shoulders target on SPY here, guys. And now it appears we could potentially consolidate here and form a bigger right shoulder. So that was a nice stunning breakout there. Beautiful, stunning breakout on SPY. Wow. Perfect, perfect long on SPY if you took the calls. I said 588 and 589 calls looked primed and juicy, and absolutely they were. So there's a report out that Trump and President Tree are set to speak. Hmm. That was a huge, huge spike. So now, since we triggered that small one and we fulfilled the upside target, let's see what type of a pattern we get here. Maybe we get an even larger one here. Maybe SPY. If we go to the 5-minute chart, we could be setting up, or actually we'll do the 3-minute chart as that would show the pattern a little bit better. You could be setting up a 3-minute inverse head and shoulders or a 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. So we'll watch that pattern develop. You should create a right shoulder here, consolidate a little bit, maybe back test this low pivot again, 587. But we've got a nice little tradable range here between 587.70 and this 589.70 pivot. And realistically, whichever way we break, that should result in a bit of a trend to the upside. XLE still firm, still holding that. GLD still firm. Tesla's still struggling here, but I do think that if we get the S&P to flip positive, then Tesla's going to really start to catch some buyers' bids. Bitcoin trying to recapture 105. It's only down by about 0.94%. You have the Qs green, the Russell slightly negative. Please hit that like down below, subscribe, comment. Any tickers anybody's watching, feel free to put them in the chat box and we'll be able to take a peek. We've discussed a few already. We've given some macro landscape. I'll probably stay on for a few more minutes and then I am going to take a break. But I'll be back for Power Hour. So Power Hour is set to resume at 3 o'clock. I'm continuously watching the market, so if anything drastic happens, I will set to tune in. But we've been trading, we've been on the stream for now a couple hours. We did our pre-market around 8:30. We're holding some long trades, looking for more upside. XLE is obviously a nice winner this morning. We're coming up into our profit target one of about 1% here. So XLE around this 82.52 level. I'll look to trim half the position, move stop to in the money, or you can even trail it in the money or put a break even, just depending on your risk tolerance. And away you go. Alibaba's getting some volume here, guys. There might be some news on Alibaba with that China announcement, Trump in China. It is looking like it's trying to break out. Alibaba, ticker BABA. SPY is coming back down, trying to retest a potential support level. But JP looking at Roblox, RBLX. Sure, we can take a look at Roblox. Let me just pull it up on my other screen, do a preliminary check, and then I'll bring it up on the YouTube. Yeah, that's a strong chart. JP, nice find. Bull flag, higher highs, higher lows. Hourly chart a little extended. 4-hour chart extended. Yeah, that daily chart. Not a bad intraday chart. The only thing that scares me is how quickly that stock has moved up. At some point, we're going to get a pretty big dip. I mean, You have a weekly divergence, RSI divergence on the weekly chart. That's just set up. Daily chart, you're pretty overbought on the daily. I mean, you've gone basically, you've had a 75, 76% rally without any pullbacks. All right, guys, I took first trim on XLE. I'll discuss Roblox in a second. First trim on XLE, right there at 82.55, locking in 83 cents per a share, 1% on the trade. Nice job if you caught that with us. I'm going to move my stop loss to about 82.17, so I'm going to lock in some gains regardless. I'll trail it there. Next upside target on XLE is 82.83, but I would look to really only sell around 83 bucks, okay? So beautiful job there on XLE if you caught that with us. It's our first win of the session. Nice, nice job. I'll discuss Roblox. I'll continue to discuss that in a second. Let me just manage these trades. I'm still holding long Tesla, looking to add below that low of day pivot. Okay, so call it 335, 50-ish, maybe 330, sorry, 335 I'd probably add to Tesla. Yeah, 335 looks good. All right, let's throw Tesla back up there and we'll look at Roblox for JP. So intraday Roblox looks very solid, right? You're putting in that bull flag, a nice little ascending triangle pattern with a flat top here. So you can see this beautiful little ascending triangle pattern. That's very, very bullish majority of the times. The only problem with Roblox is not the small time frames. I mean, you go to the hourly chart, very extended on RBLX, quite extended on RBLX. And you do have a minor bearish divergence on, nope, not on the hourly chart, so that could push higher. 4-hour chart, you have a minor bearish divergence. So you're getting some bearish divergences on the weekly, daily, and 4-hour charts. So we just got to be mindful of Roblox. I'd be more inclined to swing short it. Day trade long could work out, but I would keep stops very, very tight because this one's extended beyond belief. I mean, look at this daily chart. It's just absolutely been flying to the high side. Look at the deviation moves away from that 20 and the 7. So right now you're very extended from the 7, let alone the 20. So for a swing short, this one could work out, Roblox, but I'd be very careful. Even day trading it long, I'd keep stops very, very tight on this name. Very, very tight. All right, SPY is starting to come down just a touch. Tesla's also coming down. Nice, JP, you're 21% up. Good stuff. Tesla's about to make a new low. So we are seeing Tesla approaching that low of day. It's probably going to make a new low of day, guys. Just a heads up. USO starting to spike higher here. So WTI crude, again, we are still holding some runners on XLE, which is absolutely printing to the high side here. And then obviously we are holding USO on the long side here. So USO, we have a 2/3 position long. First entry was 69.50, second entry 69.10. And I'm adding to Tesla at 335. Pierce of this 335 level. 335.23. I like 335 even better. SPY is potentially creating that inverse head and shoulders, right, guys? So let's see where the neckline would be. It's actually a flat top neckline, which I love flat tops. Flat top neckline on SPY would give us a potential measured move of roughly, boom, 594. So that's an aggressive trade, but 594 call on SPY, even a 590 call looks pretty interesting. Hmm, interesting. JP asking which color tie today. You know, I'm gonna go with purple. I'm going with purple. It's either purple or gray. I'm going with purple. Purple is bullish. Purple's bullish, man. Technicals are saying a purple tie. Let's go with the purple tie. Guys, look at USO. It's starting to perk back up here. We are now green on the trade. My average is sitting at 69.30 on USO. WTI crude could go back to the high of day if things start to shape up here. Look at XLE. It's absolutely flying still. XOM still flying. RIG still flying at the high of day. Beautiful price. Let's see the NASDAQ, QQQ, IWM, still trying to push. Hmm. I wish I got that second Tesla fill. I had a resting order around this 335.10. It just missed my wick. See how close that wick is on Tesla? It might still come down. Alright, SPY looks like it's trying to firm up here. Hopefully everyone's been able to make some money here in the market with us. We are trading here live for free. We've called out numerous long trades here. Everyone should have been able to catch something with us, and there's still opportunity. The day is still young. I am going to take a break though from being on the mic for a quick second. Let's see if I can tune some commentary into the live stream. But I'm still remaining long Tesla. I'm still very bullish today. Still holding energy. We've already taken some profits on the markets. We're looking for gold to pull in, but it's just super, super strong. I'm still looking for oil to pull higher. USO is trying to firm up. We're green on our USO. We're green on our XLE. We're slightly green on our, we're looking to get green on our Tesla. SPY calls look pretty juiced right now, but we'll just see. We might be range bound for the rest of the day.
increase their margin slightly. If anybody on the call is a graphic designer.
Yeah, every time I hear these AI stories, I think, oh, there goes like 1,000 jobs. There goes 1,000 jobs. Like, damn, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, the graphic designer would not be a great job to be in right now. But again, they're like it's right now it's just all low hanging fruit. And they're basically just getting rid of the entry level jobs. If you just graduated from school on your first job, like that's what you would have been doing.
Nvidia still pulling back, which I like Nvidia pulling back. That bodes well for my Q puts. I need Nvidia to continue pulling back because Apple's trying to push. Apple looks real bullish right now.
I'm gonna manage this LNG position and leave one runner, but it's up 65%, so I'm done with this one. I have leave one runner. Those are 220s for 620.
Microsoft is starting to turn bearish. Microsoft is starting to look a little bearish. Google is starting to look a little bearish. Tesla hasn't looked strong all day. Meta is starting to look a little weak. I don't know. We'll see. We got any more? Oh yeah, we got Powell speaks in a couple hours.
Is he speaking today?
Yeah.
But on like a conference, not an actual Fed meeting?
Yeah, it's not FO. I don't think it's FOMC, but I'm thinking
No.
it's like economy related. I'm not sure.
yeah, if he takes questions and answers, then that could move the market, maybe.
Rig is up 5% today.
Google's starting to pull back a little bit more. Microsoft is middling, ain't looking as bearish as it once did. Meta's starting to look more bullish and look like it's starting to try to get a little push. Nvidia looks like it's trying to bounce. Apple looks like it wants to make a push for the higher day. Yeah, it ain't looking good for my puts. I might need to close these. Everything looks bullish.
I got a meeting. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I'll probably cut these puts and jump back in some calls. Yeah, I might want to get back in those QQQ 520s.
Actually, yeah, Meta 1.9 million calls bullish for June 6, 625. Deep in money. That came in this morning though.
Yeah, I grabbed the QQQ 521 zeros. Looking like the VIX wants to continue to pull back. Looking like Nvidia bounce. Apple still looks bullish. Tesla could have found a bottom. Meta's continued to push higher. Microsoft has continued to push higher. Google bounced. IWM in the Dow looks bullish as well, and Amazon bringing up the rear, looking bullish. Bam, Etsy the gift that keeps on giving, looking like it's about to clear 60.
Dell's starting to show some strength. Dell still looks weak as hell. If Dell bounces off of 107, basically on VWAP 1750, I think I'll add to my position on the puts.
Apple very bullish.
I know, right?
You're saying bullish. I feel like my gold calls are getting ripped. Yep.
Yeah, those motherfuckers probably ain't looking too good right now.
I got them for some time. Gold usually like it'll just trade flat for the day and then it'll step up overnights. I think long term I'm still pretty good on it. We'll see. We're still in that range. Gold miners though, they're looking strong. They're just holding up. They set up a shelf and they're just holding that. AI is dead. Pony, Big Bear, Soundhound, AI as well. They're all down. Tempest is looking strong relatively. I don't know if anybody's in Capital One, but that's looking like it might break trend towards the downside. I had PGR in one of my watch lists, and that's looking pretty good this morning.
Oh, progressive. I love that one. Being progressive and Chubb.
I'm gonna do a little bit more digging into it, but that chart's looking good.
Almost the same identical chart though for both of those. PGR and Chubb.
Check out Chubb.
Oh, damn, you're right.
Except Chubb has a little bit better historic data.
Yes, sir. I like that one. I'm still in Chubb and progressive. Let's see which one I'm in.
Progressive. It looks like it could do 290 if it beats 290, 295. 295 would be yeah. So I think if it hits 290,
Ah,
should
that's
do
actually what I
295.
have. 290 for 2027. I got it last week on the 30th. They're pretty expensive though.
Yeah, I'm just setting up my charts to see what I'd like to do in the future. Chubb looks like it can go to 305. That'd be all-time highs, it looks like.
I'm down on the progressive position, however. I bought the 260 calls on the 19th for 45.55. They're at 42.90 right now. But it's out to 2026, so I have time.
Yeah.
You didn't cut your gold position, right?
No.
Okay, good. It looks like it's still pushing.
I got a little time. I did a small position to end of next week, June 9th.
Okay.
I keep saying I'm gonna grab a long position on gold, and I
Yeah.
keep
I'm,
forgetting, and then it's down, and I'm like, I won't do that. And then it's up the next day. I'm like, I won't chase that one.
yeah, I'm bullish on gold. I'm deep in gold, bro. One of my biggest positions is gold.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. My biggest position right now is on the minor ETF. But it's just commons. I could let that ride.
Yeah, I cut those calls. I'm just gonna hang out and just watch. I don't want to just get chopped to pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna
It's
choppy
that type
day.
of day. Yeah, they're doing a bunch of bullshit today.
Yes, Dell. Dump it. Dell is going to 100. I don't know when. Not today, but it's definitely going to 100.
I'm in
Man,
queues.
I gotta get back in puts, man. Shit, man, this resistance level is just too strong. You in Q's what? Puts?
Q's 514 puts 0 DT.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get that far out the money. I'm gonna look at 17s.
Well, what did I call? Yeah, Qs are going to touch 517 at some point today.
Yeah, I want to wait to see how this candle closes. If it closes below my 5, then I'm game because I haven't had a close below the 5 all session. If not, then I'll just wait.
Leo, look at this. It just bounced right off of that level again, bro. This SPY is a joke. If it breaks this 588.52, I'm going to slap the piss out of some puts on this because they're playing with me today.
I think Qs are the better play for the downside. SPY just has too much gamma built up all around at all levels. I got 192 million at 588, 218 million at
2 million at
587.
588?
These are like net charm
Oh, okay,
exposures.
gotcha.
To 218 million at 587, 170 million at 586. There's like hundreds of millions for each level. We're on the Qs. I got 66 million at 519, 170 million at 518, and then 499 million at 517.
This LNG, I already cut my position, but that Chenier energy looks pretty strong today.
Second entry on Tesla, 335.10. We had a resting order there. 335.10. S&P still looks fairly bullish.
I think at the
USOs firming
Qs,
up.
we're gonna test that 520 level and then bounce down. We might go to 522. That'd be a high day. Okay, it's
Yeah,
not getting
there's
through.
LNG just hit higher day, 241.12. These
Sorry,
50-minute.
Georgie. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
for the Qs. I'm just seeing trend line resistance from the high day at like 520. Just simple trend line.
Yeah, well, it's struggling right now at 519. If this closes outside of without getting past VWAP, I think I'll jump into some puts. 10 seconds.
Damn, I stepped away for half a second and this thing bounced a little bit. Yeah, that's why I gotta wait for that 5 to fail on the 15. Otherwise, I'm gonna just get chopped up.
BB, look at Meta.
It's
This
ripping,
thing is
yeah.
pushing.
I was about to say the market don't look bearish at all.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Qs, and the Qs does. I mean, the Qs does not look bearish, but I mean, this area right here is still resistance. It's got a triangle pattern forming.
This pie is.
I jumped into some Q puts, but small position. I'm gonna keep a tight leash on it.
Yeah, I'm
I
seeing
think it's still early. I think they probably want to keep the market right here in this general vicinity until Powell speaks.
I'm going to dump my Q puts pretty soon, but it's going in my favor right now.
if Qs can break 519, I see it going down to 518 for the next level.
Oh yeah, also something I forgot to mention was CLBRs. They're supposed to have a ticker change ensuing. And I'm not the ticker change expert, but most tickers that I follow when they have a ticker change, there's always an explosion. That's just in the ones that I follow. I'm not saying that's endemic across the U.S. stock market.
Yeah, I jumped into CLBR on its pullback. Perfect. I trimmed half of my Q puts. Tidy little 20%.
Nice. Take what they give you.
Yeah, I'm not looking to have a red day today. I'm just going to take my little, might be your money.
I did a Q strangle at market open. That worked out well. Now I'm just playing small amounts.
I don't know. I'm feeling fairly confident on the downside because that 15-minute candle on the Qs looked pretty exhausted to me. Couldn't get over resistance, but I'm not super confident. I'm being very.
Totally disagree with you. I see it bouncing off two moving averages with increased volume.
It's very the 519. That's what? That's my my 10 moving average. All right, where the gold correlation's working again, it seems. I don't know if it's a leading indicator or a trailing indicator.
I'm already in this position, but look at Warby Parker. WRBY. Chart looks really good right now. I'm in the 35s for December 19th.
All right, the gold is a trailing indicator, so don't use it to predict. It's just going to confirm what you're looking at. All right, I'm out of my Q puts.
So I'm not saying that it bounces right here, but I mean, it looked like this level could possibly hold. So I mean, it might not bounce, but I just don't see it. I don't see too much more downside, at least not right now. But I don't see any upside at all. Like since last week, QQQ, I had 519 mid. That's that level that I was talking to Brooklyn Joe about it last week, and that's an important level. That's a level that price can't seem to stay too far above it or below it.
I think I might scalp some Tesla calls. Like you could get to 339. Yeah, never mind. These contracts are too much.
Yeah, and look how QQQ bounced, right? Bouncing off of it. It's just gonna hang out right here in this zone. It's a small, tight zone. And maybe it's tradable in futures, but it's just like not tradable right now.
Guys, is Tesla Robotaxi this weekend? The 7th?
Yeah, Friday, I think. I think this Friday.
Friday? 6th?
But you might want to just do a quick Google search and know definitively.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
doing that right
guessing.
now. Yeah.
June 12th is what I'm getting.
Oh, nice rejection, big rejection. If you're in your put still, you should be getting paid now.
Ow! I'd close them.
Yeah, I'm still in, starting to creep up, but it's got to break 519.
All right, here it is, hitting my level again, 588.52. I'm gonna jump into these puts.
Jumping in spot puts.
Yeah, 585 for tomorrow.
Yeah, I just jump into the 517 Qs. I ain't real confident, but I'm definitely confident that the market doesn't want to go too much higher than that resistance level it's been rejecting. So, like I said earlier, it's a fade.
What's up?
Morning.
What's up, bro? What's that?
Dude, wheat is flying today. Wheat.
Like the commodity?
Yeah. I'm in this ticker WXET. I got it because a repo was given his fundamental analysis and it sounded really strong. But as with all commodities, it can be pretty volatile. So the ticker I'm in is WXET, but there's also WEAT.
Come on, Qs. I'm trying to get this bid filled.
All right, up 16% on these SPY puts, 585 for tomorrow.
All right, I got back into Qs.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm thinking that the Qs could possibly close below the 5 on the 15. So I feel more confident in my puts if that can happen.
If we lose VWAP, I think it's curtains.
Yeah, then it's going to go to 517.
Yeah, I got
I guess
517.24.
I have Powell's speaking at 1 today on the Fed 75th anniversary conference.
So I wonder how the market reacted to the 74th anniversary conference. Is that something someone would care to look up?
What do you say, Kev? Look up what?
Is the anniversary of the Fed? Uh,
Yeah,
Well,
588.52.
what I said, what I was saying, look up is whatever the hell Bearish Bear said this our anniversary or whatever the fuck. I figured that he would speak up and kind of, you know.
Oh no, I was just saying that that's what the event is. That's why he's speaking. It's not like a.
Okay, so that's what the event is. What I was saying was the year before. If it's the 75th anniversary, okay, so it's yearly, right? How did the market react to the 74th anniversary? Of course, he had to speak at that too, as well, right?
oh, June 2nd
I'm just
last
saying,
year.
maybe it's nothing. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah. It'd be funny if they, how they give out swag at these things. Like, what if they give like cash in a swag bag? It'd be funny.
Just a tote bag full of cash.
Yeah, and ATM or one of those prepaid
Checkbook.
debit cards.
Oh man. Today I think it's just gonna be a brutal day. Trading wise, a snooze fest. Oh, Meta actually looks like a good play. It double topped on the 10-minute. Couldn't get past that 558.
Yeah, I already cut my calls on that.
Yeah, I think Q puts are going to be the play. Tesla's weak. Nvidia's weak. Apple is pulling back again. Netflix, the strongest. Still has a little bit of a pullback, but Netflix is looking constructive. Meta double topped. Google trading sideways. Amazon couldn't break out of the outer bound of VWAP. Microsoft just sideways. Drop it.
They're gonna finally break it down, or is it just still some more yo-yoing?
up 20% on these 585s for tomorrow.
Okay, so apparently last year, it was June the 2nd, the equities, I guess, closed up 0.4%. U.S. Treasury yields declined, the 2-year dropping by 8 basis points to 393, the 10-year decreasing 5 basis points to 380, and the U.S. dollar weakened by 0.7% against a basket of currencies.
I got some flavor text for CLBR. So Don Jr. is hosting an investor lunch tomorrow, Tuesday, with the CEO of the SPAC 50, SPAC 50, hedge fund managers and other institutional investors. Will be at the meal. And then I think he's going to ring the New York Stock Exchange bell later this month, promoting the stock on IPO day.
Trim Data Spy only have one runner left.
Yeah, so it was Don Jr. who sits on that board.
Yeah, it's going to be the bell.
Okay.
They're going to be launching the IPO for Pew, PEW, in June. I guess they're tied
Yeah.
to CLPR.
Ticker change. CLBR. Remember I said ticker change earlier?
Ah, interesting. This could be.
That's what I try to tell you. It's going to fucking rip. That's why I got the 17 and a half for July. All right. So look, the key takeaways from Powell's remarks last year at the 74th. Powell highlighted significant progress in reducing inflation and noted that labor market conditions had cooled from their previously overheated state. He emphasized the importance of data-dependent decision-making, indicated that the Federal Reserve was prepared to adjust its policy stance and needed to support economic stability. So the markets kind of interpreted his remarks last year, signaling cautious but open approach to potential interest rate cuts. I don't think the dynamic is exactly the same this year as it was last year, but it's similar. So just kind of looking across the landscape, the VIX clearing 1920, looking relatively strong. SPX, QQQ, and SPY look relatively weak. And SPY actually looks weaker than the Qs currently. NVIDIA's trying to push. Apple is dumping now after that strong push earlier. Apple looks like a super bear trying to create an M pattern. Meta still looks relatively strong. Tesla still looks relatively weak. Microsoft still looks weak. Google looks weak. IWM looks mid. The Dow looks weak. Amazon is starting to look weak, and the mags as a whole is looking weak. Adobe fell off the cliff.
Meta's testing high day again.
Yeah, Meta's really the only thing that looks relatively strong. Everything else looks weak. I look at Amazon pulling back. I look at the Dow pulling back. IWM has pulled back. Google pulling back. Microsoft pulling back. Apple pulling back. Apple damn near about to dump. Damn, Nvidia looks like it's ready to rip though. Nvidia and Meta are the two strongest in the mag currently. And everything else is dropping while those two are popping. Yeah, the general market is just going to continue to chop right here. They're going to keep it here till Powell speaks. It's a design. Close your positions. Take your 20%, 15%. That's all it's going to give you right now.
Yeah, I closed my puts on Qs. That erased my gains from before.
Yeah, Bullbear got his tactics down. He, got in, took profit at 13%, closed it out at 20%, got in, got out, was good.
Yes,
See shit.
sir.
Yeah, I did that before, but I decided to get back in. Offsides.
So price comes down, bounce off VWAP, holds VWAP, tries to push higher. You got half the mag, most of the mag actually looking relatively bearish, while a couple of key mag players are looking bullish. Tesla acting like it's starting to look bullish once again. Google just doesn't. Google's hanging out. Triangle pattern hanging out the bottom end of the triangle pattern, looking like it could break it. Meta is created a rising wedge, looking like it's about to fall. Dow still looks bearish. IWM is actually starting to look productive. Amazon possibly could have found support, but just still looks bearish.
APLD is up 52% today.
Wow. What is it trading at right now?
10.45. Was at $6 at the start of the day. Gapped up to about 8 and just it's ripped since.
I called out LNG earlier. The chart looks uber bullish, bro. It was at 239 when I called it out. It's at 242 right now. Looks like it wants to go to 243.
You see how you just said uber bullish?
Yeah,
That was the genius behind Uber naming themselves Uber. The
yeah,
name already had cachet to it, right? So you just name your company that since no one had already claimed that,
yep.
and then you already have name recognition.
Sorry,
Man.
Bull Bear. You what do you think it's going to go to? Because I'm looking at
LNG,
250.
Cheniere.
250.
Yeah, no, I see a level at 243. I'm just saying it could go to at least 243. But if you see 250, that's good, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's peak net exposure. Peak gamma is next level. It's going to be 250.
Yeah, I already cut mine. I've been holding this since December, so I was ready to get rid of this. Yeah, it looks good though.
Just going to try and figure out what's the time frame for that.
Yeah, are you gonna get back? Are you gonna get in?
I don't know. I think I'm just kind of sidelines for today. But it is interesting. A lot of the positioning, peak positionings on June 20th for 250.
I switched from puts to 524 calls on Qs. It broke above the trend line. Maybe we'll go back to the high day.
Yeah, on LNG, I have 243.
Yeah, I grabbed. Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
grabbed.
Okay.
I grabbed the 520s when I told everybody to close their puts and take their profits. I didn't grab many, so I didn't really say much. But yeah, I'm holding.
Yeah, BB, I see 243.52 from the 8th of May as a level, a resistance level on LNG. See what it looks like over that.
Add it to my watch list.
Oh, man. Buy signal on Chubb, buy signal on Progressive, PGR, CB, and PGR.
Let's go.
Yeah, trying to roll me something to smoke real quick. Give me a second. I'll give everybody a market update.
Got that breakout from the trend line resistance for the Qs, might be headed back to 521, somewhere around there.
Yeah, Qs are pumping.
So looking at Amazon, Amazon starting to look bullish again. The MAGS, ticker MAGS, looking bullish. The Dow's looking bullish. IWM looking like it's ready to go test higher day and have a nice little break. Google's starting to look bullish again. Microsoft getting a push to the upside. Tesla looks middling, but doesn't look bearish anymore. Meta still looks bullish. Apple has had a turnaround, found what looks like support is getting a bit of a push. And Nvidia looks like it's about to go test higher day and have a potential intraday breakout.
Ooh, calls are expensive on PGR for July.
Q's going for that higher day. See if we can get that higher day break.
Grab some 592 zero DTEs on SPY.
You said you grabbed 592 zeros, bull bear.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
I just added 522 zeros. I still got those
Okay.
520s as well.
Okay, copy.
So I just put the flow up top. It says Brave Soul DGen spotted. They grabbed SPY 592s. It was probably bull bear.
That's hilarious. 592s.
Yeah, it said DGen spotted. Brave Soul. That's your ass, bro.
Yes. Somebody else decided to do it as well.
Especially 592's Fed talking at 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at them. They're looking. Price is good, but
What type of Fed talk is this? It's not the FOMC, right?
no, he's speaking at a 75th anniversary conference.
I'll cut these under 589.70.
Yeah, it's not FOMC, but he's still going to be talking about. It's going to be market related talk, especially the Q&A session. If there is one, I don't even know if there is one. But last year he talked about, the economy and the general market closed up 0.3%. I believe it said the 2-year pulled back 8 basis points and the 10-year pulled back 5 basis points, if I remember that correctly.
There's a shit ton of positioning though at 592 on the gamma. Let me dip my toes in.
Yeah, my stop triggered on SPY.
Yeah, it still looks bullish though.
I put a bid in for 24 cents for those 592s on SPYs.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna wait to get back in those. I'm gonna see. So if it could get back over 589.70, I'll jump back in those 592s.
Oh, the ask is.
I'm comfortable as long as QQQ stays above Friday's high a day, which it currently is.
Yeah, it's really good today. Even Google's starting to look constructive.
You cutting in and out. Is he cutting in and out for y'all too?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Apple set a double bottom.
All I heard
Elon,
was
fast
Apple
forward,
double
bro.
bottom.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in those DGens now.
Oh, Bear's a fucking robot. I knew it. AI has taken over. It's over with. Skynet, where are you? We know you're here. Must be Judgment Day.
Yep.
So I like how that hourly candle closed above yesterday's high or Friday's high a day. So I want to see some more continuation to the upside.
Yeah, Q's is trying to hang on to that push up. Hopefully you can get above high a day. I'm still in calls for the Qs, 0 DTE, 524.
So am I, but I'm in the 20s. I'm in the 520s and the 522s. So as long as we stay above, as long as we can, don't get any major candle closes below Friday's high, I want to go look to test the higher day on the 28th, May 28th high day. QQQ.
Oh, AVGO. Look at AVGO. This is a nice looking chart on
What did
AVGO.
it bounce? Did it bounce, or is it in the
Yeah,
basement?
it bounced off a VWAP and it's coming down a little bit right now, but it looks good. 15-minute looks pretty constructive. It's holding VWAP, so on a 15 on a 30-minute. Oh, God, I dumped those spies. Look at this thing, 589.36. Should we short this again one more time or no? I think I'm getting greedy with spy. Done. Hands off the keyboard, sir. No more spy trading until after 1.
Yeah, I think this is a pullback to allow the moving averages to catch up, only to bounce off of it and continue higher. I want to see us go test Wednesday's high a day. Of course, we can't. We got to stay above Friday's high a day first.
Yeah, this is the spies that's trading between 590 and 588. You could just rinse and repeat this all day. It's insane. Oh my gosh, LNG 243. Let's see something. I don't know where it is.
Boom.
Uh-huh. The level I have on that is 243.52. This thing is strong today.
You expect the volatility when Powell speaks?
Yeah, I think so. Especially if he takes questions. I think it will move the market for sure.
Was there a rumor that like Trump or was going to force Powell out or something?
I saw what's her name? Somebody
There
that
was a
comes in here.
rumor. There was a rumor about that. Trump's previous term, and then coming in on this term, Powell's pretty much like, yeah, I don't care whether he does it or not. But then Trump basically quelled all that. He was like, yeah, no, I don't have any plans on firing Jerome Powell. So yeah, to answer your question, yeah, there was a rumor.
Yeah.
You guys could have just played Meta alone today and made a killing. I was alone on this to 640, 648, 49. This thing is at 663. Just touched 664. Is that what it said? That's crazy.
Nvidia looks like a W on the 10-minute.
Yes, it does.
SPY's looking pretty productive though. It keeps bouncing off of the outer bounds of VWAP.
Meta doesn't look like it wants to stop. All gas, no brakes.
Dude, this thing is insanely strong. Look at these candles on this. Just look at the 1 hour chart
Talking
on
about
this
Meta.
thing. Yeah, look at the 1 hour chart on
It's
Meta.
just a straight line going up. If you
Just
look
a
at the 1 hour
straight
chart,
line. Yep. Right. I cut those calls too early, but it's good. I got
Man,
what I wanted.
Meta is in breakout mode. Damn.
It sure is.
Boeing's looking pretty. What am I looking at here? Does Boeing look like a?
Man, Meta can just go for a while, man.
Yeah, bro.
I
You know what?
look, okay, I got okay. Next resistance I got is 680, then it gets through 680. I don't have next resistance until 710.
This looks like a three white soldiers pattern, bro, on Meta. That's insane. That's very strong. That's a very strong bullish signal.
It's approaching overbought on the daily, but not even close on the weekly. Not even close.
Does Boeing look like a cup and handle pattern to you guys on the 15-minute?
Yeah, it looks like a massive.
I'll look at that later, but I'm looking at Meta right now.
Yeah, Boeing is it's a nice chart on Boeing too, bro. Are you getting into this?
I own commons already.
Okay, cool.
I'm wondering if I should add some call options.
Yeah, the next big pullback on Meta, be looking for some to play earnings run up. Still looking like it's trying to hold this level. 2 consecutive 15 candle closes above Friday's high. Bull bear.
Yo.
You busy?
No, not anymore. I'm done. Actually, I lied. I'm gonna add to my Generac position. That's it. This one is this. I'm down 32% on this, so I'm
How are
just
you
gonna.
playing Generac? Commons or like dated options?
I got options on it. I got the 140s for September 19th and the 130s for September 19th. So hurricane season is already started. So
Yeah, I already know. But once the actual hurricane start hitting, these things are
yeah,
it's gonna rip.
yep. So when I added these on the 27th, they were 620. They're now at 395. Um,
Does that like work historically with the hurricane plays? Is that
Yep,
usually pretty
I do it
good?
every single time. Every look,
yep,
you don't have to
yep,
play Generac on anything other than the rumor that a hurricane is about to hit one of the
yep.
one of the ports. You know, hit Miami, hit the Gulf Coast, hit California. Home Depot is going to pop, and Generac's going to pop. Religiously, I play it every single time.
100%, bro.
So like, do
Sometimes
you like
Lowe's,
play it?
sometimes Lowe's will get a pump, but the thing is, when you know a hurricane's about to come, just start monitoring the option chains of all of them. You'll start seeing it start loading up.
Yeah. Do you play it for the whole season, or do you do it like per storm kind of?
I do it per storm. I don't play it
Nice.
per se. I don't play it throughout the season. I've never done it like that. I just kind of monitor the National Weather Service and yeah, you know, if it's because like a lot of the storms will start out like in the tropics, but then they'll kind of peter off once they get close to the mainland.
Yeah. Start tracking all that stuff right through like Hurricane app or something.
Yeah, well, they said that this season is supposed to be one of the worst on record. So I'm like, you know what? I'll play Generac and I'll play some insurance stickers. That's why I grabbed Chubb. That's why I grabbed Progressive. And then the reason why I grabbed the 2027 on those is I'm playing the hurricane season and I'm playing the World.
Yeah, the insurance. Yep, the insurance does run after that.
Yep. So I'm playing the World Cup as well with the insurance companies because people are gonna start trying to rent their houses out. They're gonna have to get certain
Ooh,
type
that's
of
a double decker.
insurance. So yeah, that's why I grabbed the 2027s on those. That's why I didn't mind paying $4,500 per contract on those, but I'll hold them for 2027.
Nice. 4,500
Nvidia
to
trying to
20K.
Nvidia's
Go ahead.
trying to break high day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Nvidia is looking relatively strong. I told you, just like on the general market, we're going to pull back and allow the EMAs and MAs to catch up a bit. But it still looks bullish as long as we had that close, and I'm talking about in the Qs above Friday's high. And you had to do the last two 15-minute candle closes. I watched the 15-minute time frame. The last two 15-minute candle closes are above Friday's high, so I'm good sitting in these calls. And also the fact that Nvidia is about to break high today, that just bodes well for my Qs. Apple's starting to get with the program. Apple looks bullish. Meta just looks super fucking strong. Nothing stopping Meta. Tesla still looks. I don't know about Tesla. I'm trying to figure out what Tesla wants to do. Tesla's starting to look bullish though. Starting to look bullish. Microsoft still doesn't look bearish. Google no longer looks bearish. IWM no longer looks bearish. Dow still looks bearish, and Amazon looks like it's ready to push higher. Looking at ticker MAGS Mags, looks like it's ready to push higher.
I've also got MicroStrategy up a bit today. That has seemed to be like beta to Bitcoin, and Bitcoin has been beta to the major indices. So it could be like a macro indicator that we are going to push higher, like macro wise.
Could be, especially if you believe that Bitcoin front runs the market
Yeah,
or
SPY
leads the
can't get
market
back
rather.
over my level, 589.70. It's struggling to get over it. It's just hitting up against that level. I can't get back into calls yet. And Vol D looks pretty weak.
Yeah, I'm playing the Qs, and Nvidia looks strong. Nvidia and Meta, they don't look that weak. So until like both Meta and Nvidia starts to look weak in conjunction with Apple, I think this thing still wants to continue higher. However long, I mean, I don't know. Powell speaks in 35 minutes. Told you, like I said, they might want to just keep the market in a certain area.
AMD is looking pretty strong.
I'm gonna grab Neo has earnings tomorrow. These $5 calls for 2026. The OI on that looks pretty interesting. It's 126,000 open interest. Contracts are only $39 for January 2026. Might grab a few of these.
Tempest AI is up 17% today.
I just cut my calls. I think it's dropping.
It's dropping as we speak.
Yeah, I cut my 520s. I'm gonna still hold these
Yeah, that's why.
522s for a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't get back in SPY calls. Just didn't look good to me. It rejected my level at 589.70, and it just couldn't get back over. So I'm just gonna sit on my hands until after Paul speaks.
I don't know. Tesla could get a little bounce.
Yeah, that's an evening star reversal on SPY 15 minute too. This thing, this SPY is just chopping up all these new traders. Interesting.
Yeah, so I cut those 520s. I was still up like 35% on those. Still holding the 522s. I don't think this is going down. At least no time soon. I think it still wants to push higher. We'll see.
Oh, nuclear is starting to look a little stronger. Never mind, not that much.
Look at that 15-minute candle on MSTR, bro.
Oh,
Sometimes I'm so tempted to play this, but I just can't play this ticker.
I played it a couple times and it doesn't work out well for me.
Yeah, I can't. I just, even when it's bright as day to me, I just can't play this ticker.
It's like Tesla. Tesla I find really hard to trade.
Yeah.
It's been better lately, but I'm not going to touch unless I see a super clear setup on Tesla, but I'm not going to touch the robot taxi event at all.
Yeah. Whoa. Look at Capital One 15-minute. That's a W, bro.
Yeah,
30-minute.
it's in breakout pretty soon. If it gets past 191, that's my breakout zone.
191.11?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, this thing looks beautiful right here.
And I have the exact same level from a Fibonacci I did a long time ago.
I played Visa. I mean Visa instead. I'll hold the Visa.
I'm tempted to get some Tesla 350 calls.
350?
Yeah.
It's a long way off. See what I see on the gamma. I mean, there's a lot more peak positive positioning on Tesla than there is negative now.
I'm seeing trend lines just squeezing to an apex at 1 p.m. So probably Powell.
On Tesla, I see if it gets past 340, then yeah, 350s definitely within sights.
Google looks ready to push.
I'm flat right now. I'm just waiting for it to break one of the trend lines I've got, and I'm going to try to jump on it whichever way it goes.
Still holding my 522s because NVIDIA doesn't look like it wants to go down. Q's gonna follow Nvidia. VIX is starting to look bearish again. I mean, but hell, it's forming a triangle pattern too.
Which ticker symbol does anyone use to play the VIX? Is there one for options?
To play who?
I think it's VIX.
I
Yeah,
do
and
VIX.IN.
or you could do UVXY as well. I want to get into this Palantir play, but I'm so iffy about this thing. What is this? 133.39. Get over previous month high. This might run, bro, to 140. Previous month high is 133.48 on Palantir.
Gamma looks pretty interesting on SPY. If you include expiries beyond 3 days, so like this Friday and beyond, the peak gamma is at 600 for
Oh, say less. Let me enter these right now. Hold on, because I've
peak
been looking.
positive. But if you just look at zeros and ones, peak positive is 591, peak negative is 589.
No,
Hold on, you hopping in what right now?
I'm gonna hop into some spy calls, but I'm gonna do on my other account, and I'm gonna do the
What were you looking at on Palantir though? Because you got me back looking at this. I closed out my.
Palantir. It's hitting up against. Hold on. Right now, it's just over the. I need glasses. What the? Is that previously high?
133.5 is what it needs to clear for,
Yeah,
ultimately
yeah,
the
that's what
level
I
for a
have.
breakout.
Yep, that's what I have. Yep, that's exactly what I have, which is uh previous month high. So if he could get over that, I think this goes to 140. And if there's any kind of war outbreaking with Israel or anything, I think this will fly. But the SPY 620 is for 815. They're 523 right now.
Palantir looked like it's ready to make a run at the high of day.
Where did Palantir chart go? It just disappeared. Oh, it's on another. I'm gonna wait to get into these pie, but I'm gonna get into these before the end of the day for sure. SPY 620 for 518.
Was that puts on SPY?
No calls.
Mm.
I
Is
haven't
your
gotten into them yet. I'm gonna wait a little bit.
I have peak positive gamma on SPX at 5900.
It's about to push. We about to push higher, bro.
589.70. Yeah, I'll wait for this thing to close over 589.70. And then if not, then
What
I
is
could
that,
get a better
Friday, Todd?
exit. No, it's just the I have a level here, a fib level, and it's been hitting it. Look at if you see it on your 15-minute chart, but you see it better on your 2-minute chart if you have access to that. So I do entry and exit on my 2-minute chart, and then obviously I'm like you, I like the 15-minute chart, but look at this.
You guys think we're gonna get
So
a
like,
Taco Tuesday?
you're looking for a clear of 580. What are you looking for? A clear of 589.86? Is that what you're looking for? Or what are you looking for?
589.70.
Okay. Okay, I see why you chose that.
Yeah.
Yep. That was that
Yeah.
pre-market resistance area from Friday.
Mm-hmm.
That,
Hmm. Do you guys see anything on your your Gex or Gamma bot for 585 on SPY?
Yeah, I can tell you
Either
one sec. Mostly for this Friday.
for 585?
Yeah, it's mostly negative for this Friday.
Huh.
And for one DTE, it's kind of negative too. But
Interesting.
we're not talking like compared to 590, it's maybe about
Yeah.
half as big.
Because it got a really nice bounce at 586.90. Looks like there's a buyer sitting right there at 586.90.
Well, for tomorrow, you
yeah,
have
flat.
huge positioning at 588 on SPY and 590.
Okay.
588.
Actually, we could see a pullback here.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking about that 585 put.
Hey, Barish, when was your Gex profile last run? Like with timestamp?
Puts might be the play right here.
Peak gamma on SPX is 5,900, so we're over that.
Well, I'm looking at SPY for the June 3rd expiry.
No, but like when was okay? Okay, so you're just looking at the option chain.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't look at the overall profile.
Let me run it again. Mine is delayed 30 minutes. Using free data, but
I don't know when mine's frequency. Mine's like every minute or so.
All right, I'm at QQQ 520 put 0 DTEs.
You're on QQQ, Kev?
Indeed.
Yeah, QQQ's looks a little bit more interesting to the downside.
When I was scalping these SPY puts, this level 585.52 was the level I was watching between 585.52 and basically 590. And now I noticed that VWAP is sitting right under that 588.52 level at 588.33. Um, this is pretty interesting. I don't know, I should just not fucking touch this thing, bro. And wait.
I'm in that boat. I have nothing right now.
I just threw my gamma profile down in the pill. It's weird. Peak on SPY is 600. Once you get out beyond, or you start including this Friday and beyond, it's at 600.
Oh, wow.
But for 0 and 1 day, it's like 591. I think 590.
What to do? What are we gonna do? This Meta is something else. This thing, they just said, all right, let me take a break, let me cool off for the next leg up. This thing is just non-stop.
Yeah, I should have set an alert.
Yeah, on the pullback, I grabbed Meta 700 calls for June 20th. Just grabbed a couple of them. I want to see a bigger pullback. I want to get a better position. So RBC just raised its year-end S&P 500 target to 5730, up from 5500. Saying it's a better macro backdrop. The more severe stagflation scenario priced in earlier this year, but still not as strong as January's view, with margin contractions expected in 2H and some relief in interest expense from Fed cuts. RBC stays neutral, saying trade thaw has been priced in. It's up top.
All right, am I on mute? I grabbed those SPY. SPY is 620 for 815.
620 for 815.
Yep,
Nice.
they're 520.
For
8 August 15th.
520 puts.
No, 620 calls
Oh, okay. Not bad.
for 520.
Damn.
They were $5, $520 a piece.
Sorry, I misheard for August.
So I grabbed the SPY 620 for 8.15, August 15th.
Okay.
They were $520 a piece.
August 29 or August 15?
15th.
Okay.
Bonds are ripping today.
Yeah, there is some positive open interest over there. Some calls.
20-year and 30-year are basically the same rate, up 1.3%. 10-year 1.3%. 5-year 1.3, and the 2-year is almost 1% up.
Didn't realize it, Georgie, but I got my ouster. I got my sell limit for those that position got hit. So now I got a quarter position
What was the sell? What was that sell at $1?
at 100%, and no, I just had 90.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm.
And then just so you guys know, if you're listening, for those 620s that I took, the reason I took those is because I'm already in VIX $20 calls for 820. So that's my hedge to these. Um, I've already been in these. I got them at 310. They're at 350. They're at 360 right now. But that was my edge. That's why I got these. And I have gold as well. So just don't go jumping into things because I say jump into them. Make sure you follow your own thesis. We don't have the same account, so
TLBR creating triangle pattern. I'm still bullish that, especially with the news that BB read about Don Jr. having the meeting to introduce PEW. I guess that'll be the transition from TLBR to actually PEW, which looks like pew pew. Especially,
Yeah, exactly.
well, yeah, you know what I mean. Look, so when Butters was telling me about that the other day, that's all I could, because I was talking about the elimination. I brought this to him, like the elimination of the $200 tax and registration on firearms, and also the removal of suppressors, where you can now sell them now, so they can be sold in all the gun shows. So I mean, he was just like, yeah, all the ammo shops and everything. He's like, oh yes, CWR, they're gonna be changing their ticker to PEW. So yeah, so just sharing that with you all. You can do your own digging, get some more in-depth insight if you like. But I just gave you the gist, the TLDR.
If you include all expiries, SPY peak negative is 550, peak positive 600. That's for all expiries. I just threw that down there. But I don't think that matters as much as just like what's happening in the next week or two.
Damn, they try to leave this market right here for Jerome Powell. Let me go ahead and set me a stop loss.
you guys know this OM Mohammed, NWRA Salam.
If I don't follow him, then I don't know him.
Yeah, okay. Then. Never mind. Come back after market close, bro.
Posted in the bill.
There we go. Look at this candle on SPY.
Yep,
Let's
and
go,
it
baby.
triggered the stop loss.
Let's
Triggered me
go,
down.
baby.
Hell
Come
yeah.
on. Yeah, pay me. These 620 for 815 are up $11 already per contract.
Nice.
Let's go. Pay attention to Estee Lauder. EL is a ticker. It's over VWAP as well right now at the 15-minute. Looks like it's trying to print a Morningstar reversal to the upside.
Dell's breaking through its VWAP as well. I'm going to start dumping some of that.
Come on, Spy. Push up, baby.
I just put a strangle on for the Qs because this Powell thing, whatever. I'm gonna play that.
So you're just gonna play it like FOMC?
Yeah, I'm just doing a strangle 0 DTE, far out of the money on both sides. So hopefully one rips and one goes to 0.
That's kind of how it works. Like when you play FOMC, that's the best way to do it, right? This gets that same type of market volatility where you're gonna eat. I just don't know if that's what we'll get. I hope so though. Wall Street Engine is reporting that CrowdStrike and Microsoft just teamed up to align cyber threat naming across platforms, calling it Rosetta Stone for threat intel. By mapping aliases like Midnight Blizzard and Cozy Bear, they've already deconflicted 80 plus actors. Their goal is faster, clearer threat response. Yeah, you guys were talking to Zscaler and Sentinel-1 earlier.
Yeah, Sentinel-1 look like doo-doo right now. Yo, look at Nvidia, dude. Look like it wants 140.
Yeah, I'm too busy watching Meta, bro.
Yeah, that thing is the leader, market leader, Meta.
Ooh, Amazon has a pretty nice candle on the 15. It broke through. It's going to test high day.
Yeah, Amazon's been setting up pretty nice all day, ready to do something.
Boom, Spy 590. Let's go. Pay me.
Get it?
Pay me. $14 a contract now on those 620. Let's go.
Damn, what you buy them motherfuckers for?
520
For already 14? No, I'm talking about the premium. What you pay? What you pay for?
Oh, I paid 520 for them. They're up to 532 now.
Oh, okay. I just heard you. Excuse me. So they're reporting that Disney's laying off several hundred employees.
That's gotta be. That's one I had on my watch list.
Doesn't seem like a lot. I wonder why that's even announced.
Get the pop.
Let me see.
Did you guys see silver today up 4.5%? Crazy.
Oh wow.
Finally, silver's been lagging for a while.
Oh, Powell's box. The Powell's peaks at 1. Is that what you guys said?
Yeah.
So that's 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's about to speak shortly. That's what we were talking about. That's why I set my stop loss to de-risk myself in case we had a pop or whatever. That's why Good Vibes got the strangle or straddle, however you did it.
Yeah.
It's not on yet. I have it pulled up. Looks like let me double check.
Will you guys play that? You guys want us to play that or no? You want to play that, Kev?
I don't know how it's going to react. I don't want to just buy some shit, and then, because I chopped up a little bit today, even though I've done well, but it wasn't, because I traded well. The market is because my swings just fucking were stupid.
No, no, bro. I meant, do you want me to play the 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 press
Oh, I
conference?
thought you were talking about like trade it or whatever. Yeah, go ahead and play it.
Okay, when it comes on, I will.
Looks like APLD is starting to get faded. Or I just need some put contracts come in for June 6th. Small positions.
Ouster hide.
Boom.
Oh, look at this. These guys on CNBC playing LNG.
Oh shit.
Imagine that, baby.
Yeah, no, applied digital hasn't pulled back yet. Um, I have a weekly level of 995 that it is currently still above.
What do you think? Powell's going to come up with a red tie?
I don't have no.
What's the purple one is
Bleach blonde
bullish?
hair.
Is that the
I thought his tie was always purple.
On the FOMC meeting, but he just met with Trump last week. So I'm expecting bleach blonde hair, red tie.
This is the fabulous Fed. 100 years, the big beautiful
So we
Fed.
do have Pal incoming,
Looking a
guys.
little tan.
Pal is set to speak shortly. I do not have it forecast on YouTube, but nevertheless, we'll see how the markets react. SPY is still bullish. I just trimmed half of my USO for another profit and moved my stop to in the money or break even. My stop is going to be set at 69.30 break even. So the trade is risk free. Still holding Tesla. My Tesla average is sitting at 335.82. So the markets are absolutely ripping here. SPY is looking like it's trying to head to that upside target. The inverse head and shoulders on SPY is roughly 594.35. And that could be hit today. So again, we're long and strong Tesla. Tesla's got a 5-minute inverse head and shoulders that it's about to potentially trigger as well. We have not broken the neckline, but I'm still long and strong. Holding a 2/3 position. We've already taken profits on XOM. We've taken profits on XLE. We've taken profits on USO. And Tesla's now the one that needs to firm up. GLD's just been hovering strong for the whole day. If Tesla breaks this inverse head and shoulders 5-minute pattern, we're looking at an upside of roughly 345 and change. That could hit today, but it has not triggered yet. XOM from last week, Bart. XOM from last week. It's the same trade. It's the same trade. I never re-entered. The only oil energy positions I took today was oil itself, USO, and XLE. So those are the two longs, and we netted on both. All right, let's see what happens here. I am gonna step away if the market price action doesn't result in purple tie. It's got the purple tie on. Ooh, we bullish. Oh, snap. Nah, purple tie's bullish. Purple tie's bullish. Let's see what happens here. So far, we're just range bound. All right, I'll queue it up on my screen here too.
Many current staff members are here to celebrate today, as well as a significant number of alumni, directors Ted Nathan Sheets, has also produced other notable alums, including not least Chair and Secretary Janet Yellen, Professor, author, chess grandmaster, and our keynote speaker Ken Rogoff, and humanitarian Albert Hirschman, famous for the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, and more recently, perhaps a little less famous as a character in Netflix series Transatlantic.
It's coming in pretty weak and choppy.
I could play it, bro. I'll play it.
Valuable insight into global economic activity, international trade and capital flows, and developments in foreign financial markets. Division staff have also So, the IF division was created on July 1, 1950, but the idea began to germinate a few years earlier. The U.S. had emerged from World War II as a global economic superpower. The Bretton Woods Agreement placed the U.S. and the Fed in a central position in the global economy. Our mission then, as it is now, was to serve the American people. But it was clear at that moment that the Fed needed to have better knowledge of global developments to achieve our dual mandate goals. A 1948 memo proposing to create the division stated, quoting, "Problems of international economics and finance have become increasingly large, complex, and significant in recent years, and our foreign economic relations will undoubtedly continue to give rise to issues of the first magnitude." That rare economic forecast that has turned out to be spot on. 75 years later, it remains critical that the Fed understand the policies and practices of other governments and central banks and their implications for the U.S. economy and for financial markets. Exchange rate policy, of course, is now firmly in the hands of the U.S. Treasury. However, the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s fundamentally changed the conduct of monetary policy, as policymakers had to understand the effects of potentially more volatile movements of the U.S. dollar on American families and businesses. Understanding global trade and capital movements has only grown in importance since 1950, as we saw during the pandemic. IF helps produce the data on international capital flows and has spent decades researching the effects of these flows and international trade on U.S. and foreign economies. Understanding this complex and interconnected web is essential for us to anticipate the path of employment and inflation.
It's really haven't gone anywhere.
Another important development in the 1970s was the increasing use of macroeconomic modeling, which greatly influenced the division's work. Under the direction of former division director Ralph Bryant, IF developed its first multi-country model. Always on the forefront over the years, economists in the division, many of whom are in this room today, developed increasingly sophisticated models, with each new generation expanding the capability to tackle the international risks and issues of that day. These models have proven useful for understanding how international shocks transmit through the economy and financial markets, for assessing risks and uncertainties through alternative scenarios, and for better comprehending the implications of various shocks for the U.S. and the global economy. The results have informed research papers, board memos and briefings, as well as the risks and uncertainty assessment that FOMC committee participants receive in advance of every meeting. The IF division has also played an important role in responding to global economic turbulence. A prime example is the Latin American debt crisis of the 1980s. That episode required analytical thinking about the macroeconomic repercussions of the crisis as it played out around the world. Work by the division and by the IMF and other institutions led to the establishment of emergency facilities to prevent more dire financial outcomes. As global capital flows increased, other episodes of financial distress surfaced across the world, including in Mexico, Asia, and Russia. International capital flows and spillovers became and remain a recurrent feature in the division's analytical and monitoring work. The expertise generated through study and response to these global challenges proved invaluable when stress hit closer to home during the global financial crisis and then the pandemic. Both of those events required immediate, broad, and in many cases unprecedented responses to avoid disrupting the availability of credit to American households and businesses. The nation and the world looked to the Fed to lead in these moments. During the global financial crisis, when global funding markets came under stress, IF worked to establish swap line arrangements with several major central banks that helped restore stability in US dollar funding markets. And of course, during the pandemic, IF division helped lead efforts to expand the provision of dollar liquidity by setting up the FEMA repo facility. These periods of acute financial stress and uncertainty prompted the division to develop new tools and analytical products that could be used to understand and respond to the events unfolding on the ground. For instance, the division has devised new methods to measure and assess the effects of various types of uncertainty on economic activity, including new indexes that were built to track geopolitical risk, inflation, trade policy, and economic uncertainty. As we continue to navigate the current period of heightened uncertainty, this work is critical to understanding the quantitative implications of uncertainty shocks, certainly relevant today. So I'll conclude by saying that for 75 years, 9 Fed chairs and countless board members have greatly benefited from the guidance and counsel of IF staff, and not just when responding to crisis. This team helps to assure that we're well prepared for our international engagements by providing us detailed, some might say extremely detailed materials ahead of time, and often by traveling with us. IF staff are always welcome and productive companions in these and other endeavors. We benefit from the robust relationships that you establish and maintain with our global counterparts. So thank you to Beth Ann and to all the staff here that organized this wonderful event. And finally, thank you again to all the current and former IF staff for what you have done and continue to do to help us be a globally knowledgeable and responsive central bank so that we can deliver on our dual mandate for all Americans. Thank you very much.
That was it.
Senators will vote to advance.
Nothing burger.
That was a Nothing Burger Deluxe.
Dude, a lot of the premium just came out of this market.
Yep.
First, the legislation which the congressman introduced prior to his death would require.
Trump is not talking today, is he? He needs to go play golf, bro. He needs to just leave the mic alone.
So Q's is back over Friday's high. See if, go ahead and continue to trend higher and go test that Wednesday high.
No, Trump's only thing on the schedule today is lunch with the vice president, but no press conference.
So Nvidia looks bullish, Meta looks bullish, Apple's starting to not look bearish anymore. Tesla mid, Google mid, Microsoft still looks bullish, IWM mid, Dow mid. So as I look across, the VIX still doesn't look bullish.
Yeah, Boeing looks good on the 1 hour chart.
So Fed Gooseby just stated that the recent PCE inflation print may have been the last vestige of pre-tariff impact.
I just got a lot of
When's the
alerts
last
for
PCE print?
CoreWeave.
So he expects inflation to like tick up.
Well, I think he's just saying that was the last pre-tariff impact data, right?
Yeah, guess.
So now we'll start seeing like the actual data of what's been happening the last little while.
Big Kev, look at your meta, bro.
665, bro. I've been watching it the whole time.
This thing.
I have a June 6 CoreWeave calls came in for 128 strike. 197K is the premium paid.
You said 129?
128
Oh,
for June
128.
6, end of week.
It's a pretty big move.
Pretty big move. I had a whole bunch just come in lately.
Meta's got the next level at 669.50, 669 mid.
Those those 590 zero DTE that I played earlier today, the bitches are on crack right now.
How much are they at?
100%. They were over $100 just now. They were at 103 from
Yeah, it's
40.
correct. Hopefully hopefully Meta keeps on crack. Meta look like it wants to continue pushing higher, like I said, the next level up.
666. Oh my gosh. Where's this thing going? To the moon?
Well, 669, 670. I mean, it's really overbought right now. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, on these lower time frames, it's overbought. But you look at the weekly,
Yeah, I'm
it's
looking at
nowhere,
it.
it's
Yeah.
nowhere near overbought. So I mean, this thing could, I mean, it could go to, like I say, if it get back up to 710. The first resistance I told you I had was at 688. So I mean,
Oh, this big.
intraday resistance is at 669, but daily resistance is 688. Weekly resistance, or weekly resistance is 688, and it gets through that, it'll go to 710.
That weekly chart is insane. I need to eat something.
Palantir looks like a cup and handle on the 15.
I'm going to be grabbing some Boeing calls for June 20th at 220.
XAI is selling some bonds. 5 billion in debt.
Meta, let's fucking go.
All right, I jumped into Boeing calls for June 20th. 220s.
I didn't hear a word you said, bro, except 220.
Oh, sorry. I jumped into some Boeing calls for June 20th. 220s.
Yo, chill medic. If you want to open your own space, bro, go open your own space. But stop complaining in the purple pill about not allowing people to come up and speak. Go open your own space, bro.
Is he down there complaining again? I already told him that earlier.
Got to get in here earlier. Kev was making everybody talk. It's compulsory.
Man, it's 667. Let's go. See if we can hit that 669.
What's driving Meta? Did news come out?
Zero clue. I just seen the setup, liked it, looked on the weekly, like how it sets up on the break. And my plan was to leg into these and, thinking they was going to get a better pullback, but we just really didn't. So we'll just see.
Yeah, light news setup. They announced that they're going to be producing ads using AI, but to me, that's not really that big of news.
There goes DocuSign. She's ready. Getting a buy signal on Docu. DOCU.
I didn't know that was a ticker.
Yeah, somebody was shooting that not that long ago. Might have been Angela, but I don't know.
Yeah, we were all talking about it. A listener, I think on Friday, pointed it out to me, and I told him I liked the chart, and then I brought it up yesterday. But I like this DocuSign. I think it's ripe for a buyout. It's one I said I was gonna get into. I did this morning, so I like this chart
Yeah,
a
I
lot.
use that tool all the time.
Yep.
Man, they're COVID highs. Oof. Oof.
I know, right? His chart was on fire back then. 314.76. That's insane, bro.
What? What was this thing gonna do? Revolutionize the internet? Fucking document signing tool.
Yeah. um,
Come on, Meta, you want 669, don't you?
it's not stopping, bro. Look at that XYZ chart. 15-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour.
So now is the market ready to go ahead and push high, push for that Wednesday high?
All right, I'm done for the day. Good
Good
luck,
job,
guys.
bro.
I'll check
Good
on
job.
later.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Ciao.
Yeah, this price action is gay, dude. Like, what the what is it even trying to do?
I know this price. Yeah, it's starting to get wacky now. Meta was definitely the play today.
Did it break 666? Just curious for the numerology aspect. Oh yeah, it's over at
Yeah,
666.448.
666. Yep. It went to 670, 667.87. What's Apple doing? This thing is just doing nothing. What the fuck? What is this?
Yeah, this shit is gay as a motherfucker, Georgia. You ain't lying about that. Bella, invite to what? You didn't get to invite to what? Hope you ain't talking about the space, because if you was here earlier, you'd have got kicked. Yeah, I was feeling some type of way earlier. So if you was here earlier, you got booted. You still on the boot list. Well, you couldn't have been here earlier unless you're in your alt account. What you think, Bull Bear?
Of the
I know
market.
you lied earlier.
Wait, what?
What you got, Georgie?
Just
Spy.
putting a sell order on these ouster calls for $1. See if it fills me.
These spy is back, coming back down to test that 589.70 again. Hopefully, it's just a retest. It looks like it. But yeah,
So is this gonna be the point where the market sells off, or do we just trade flat from here? Here moving forward, or are we gonna push higher? What do you
uh,
think?
I think
I'm looking at Gamma. I think it just stays right here.
yeah.
It's very balanced.
Yeah, that's fair.
Keeps
Yeah, I have
getting
it coming down on the daily, testing the 9 and bouncing. Tomorrow, if it's still trending higher, the 9 will look like it came, touched it right perfectly, and bounced off of it.
There is some put open interest at 580 and 585 for Friday, but as far as today, I don't know, man. I think we're gonna stay right here.
yeah. If this thing comes back down and tests 588.52, it's coming to 585.
Looks weak, but doesn't look bearish.
Yeah.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yep. Disney 120 at 112.41. My play's not doing anything. Nvidia looks like it wants 140. Boeing. Oh, that's a nice cup on Boeing. Cup and handle, actually. Chubb is pushing. What is this? 10 minute, 15.
higher time frame is not supporting those thoughts though at all. So either we're holding daily order flow and we just can continue and go back to highs. I still really want to see a rebalance to the last month's 50% retracement though.
So the markets are starting to trend higher here and push for that inverse head and shoulders. I'm going to extend my S&P to the 5-minute. We're going for a high of day on SPY. 594 trend is in play. Tesla's breaking out to the upside. We are long and strong Tesla at the moment. So far, we are already in profit on TSLA, 1.21% positive, just over $4 on the trade. I'm still looking for a little bit more upside. Overall, I think Tesla is going to have a really, really strong move back to the high side of the day. I do think that it can go positive on the session. We obviously took profits on XLE. We still have an in the money, a break even stop set on that specific trade. USO did take a little bit of a dip. We made profit on the first half. Second half did stop us out. So right now, Tesla is our main play. Gold is starting to show a little bit of distribution, but it's been unbelievably strong, holding momentum near the highs of the session. Really hasn't given us any sort of a big sell side pressure day. But Tesla is looking to make a break above a major pivot high. And your prior day low on Tesla sitting at around 345.29. So that's an area where we could see potentially Tesla want to push to if this market keeps its strength. Pre-market high on Tesla is 344, so that's about $4 away still from where we're trading. Meta has obviously been ridiculously strong. That's still trading really, really powerful in the session. If we look at this S&P hourly chart, it's lining up for a very, very big bullish move to the high side. We have an hourly chart trend line that we're approaching. A resistance trend line here puts us roughly at around 592.30, 592.25. And that is going to be a massive, I repeat, a massive resistance. If we break through that, we're triggering an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart, which sets us up for a massive, massive high of day. Continuation rally throughout the rest of the week. I still think that these markets have a lot of potential upside. You still have Google weighing in on things. Tesla needs to play catch up. Amazon's green. Meta's green. Nvidia's been a powerhouse all day long. So again, the Qs were lagging the market. They've taken great leadership, up 0.63%. SPY's up 0.32. Russell's up 0.15. We're still holding long Tesla. Let's see what we can do. And short GLD. Gold really hasn't been cooperating. Bitcoin's still below 104. That's still trying to play catch up on the overall market. I do think Apple's going to make another high of day break. I'm looking at some Apple calls, guys. Apple, probably 205s, not for today. Probably by the end of the week. So I really think those are probably going to get hit here. Prior day high, Apple's big levels 201.96 resistance. That's your prior day high. Your week high sitting at 202.13. I just took some Apple calls, 205 June 6 Apple calls. I repeat, 205 June 6 Apple calls. Tesla's still shaking and moving here. Looks like Tesla's getting a bit more volume. It's probably going to be squeezing very shortly here. Nvidia is pushing for another new high of day. Looking very strong. Nvidia is just breaking out to the high side. Tesla taking a little bit of a breather. We're still seeing SPY near the highs of the session, looking like it wants to push higher in my opinion. We could backtest that previous little breakout trend line. SPY pushing 5, trying to push for 592. Yep, heavy call action coming into SPY. The markets are absolutely bulled up here.
Call spreads. I think they long call spreads for that one, but it is a pretty interesting ticker to track if you're not doing options during the day. Like if you want to like sell after hours or something. Like I would say that if I'm planning on playing that for the inclusion on Friday, because that's when we're going to hear about the additions and removals from the S&P 500 for the rebalancing on Friday. If you wanted to play that, then that would be the one. So then that way, if there is a pop after hours, you can get out versus just holding calls into Monday or something.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I've always been a huge advocate of those leverage tickers when I mean there's just times where IV sucks and earnings is happening and or after hours, whatever you want to manage things. So huge advocate of
Yeah,
that. I love them. You just got to be careful with them, right? But like
very
just
careful,
like just
very
like
careful.
any other asset we trade, I mean, you got to manage your risk. But if you know what you're doing there, I mean, you could take advantage of these tickers and make a killing. So yeah, big shout out to ROBN. I know there's yeah. I don't know if you've dived deeper into this one.
The BMAX one.
Yeah, the BMAX.
I
I haven't really dove too deep into it, so I'm not super educated on it. But I know the BMAX ticker has been one on everybody's radar lately as well.
I mean, so basically, it's kind of similar to what you would say. Like, let's say you wanted to, you wanted like a proxy of going long debt that, let's say, Apple is buying, and you know how like you remember hearing that news about the Moody's downgrade from the U.S. debt and
Oh,
stuff.
of course.
Yeah, so basically what that's saying is that it's the debt there's a higher basically the debt that Apple takes out as a company has a higher grade than US debt. So therefore the rate won't be as much, but then there's less risk because there's a much better chance Apple will pay back its debt versus the US, which clearly is not the case, but that's just how those corporate bonds are happening. So for BMAX, it's kind of a similar story except instead of like getting the yield on debt from Apple debt, you're getting it on, I believe it's MicroStrategy. So it would not be something smart to play if you were bearish on MicroStrategy, perhaps, or if you were not bearish Bitcoin or whatever. I mean, the assumption that Michael Saylor is not going to take out more debt is just like he's going to take out more debt. That's just what he does. That's his prerogative. That's how he's playing Bitcoin.
It's kind of like the
So
market always rebalances after every negative catalyst. You just have to think that way until it happens differently in front of your eyes. You
yeah,
know? Yeah.
so, like, if you think about it in terms of the BMAX ETF, what it's basically doing is that you're getting the yield that the convertible notes would get from MicroStrategy. So you're not really going to see like the daily upside you'd see if Bitcoin went up, MicroStrategy went up, but it's from a less risk standpoint where you're kind of guaranteed that yield unless like he just goes belly up on his ETF,
Gotcha. Yeah, that
right?
makes
So
sense. I like that.
yeah, it's much safer than I would say buying MicroStrategy because MicroStrategy is basically pinned to Bitcoin. And even then, the NAV for all of the Bitcoin that he owns is actually less than the market cap of MicroStrategy.
Hmm.
So in essence, you're basically leveraging Bitcoin. That's basically what you're doing if you go long MicroStrategy. If you go long the BMAX ETF, you're not going to suffer as much downside, but then you're risking more upside by not getting as much upside as the Bitcoin
Of
asset if it
course.
did go up.
Yeah.
But then there is less risk, right? So it's like that risk reward per se.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's like the same as those yield max ETFs where like basically you're selling covered calls or call spreads on Coinbase with CONY and stuff. But with this one of the Rex shares, it's like you're more of taking the yield from the actual convertible debt notes that MicroStrategy is opening, which they're just opening religiously at this point.
Yeah.
So I forget what the yield is though, but let me check.
Yeah, I'd like to know. I haven't checked on that. But yeah, there's always something for everyone with these ETFs. So we're just throwing it on your guys' radar. Definitely check them out.
Yeah, these are
That
some
BMAX is a lot
interesting.
more interesting than I thought at first glance. That's really cool.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting, all these different types of securities and stuff that companies are trying to take advantage of by just lowering the risk, right? Because I would say that if someone was interested in something like this, it wouldn't be like it would be someone who probably is not as risk averse for like buying Bitcoin or
Oh,
something,
of
because
course,
obviously the
yeah.
volatility is way worse. But for something like this would be something that's a lot less risk, but you're certainly not going to get the upside. Like you will not, like if Bitcoin went up to like 150K, like you will not get that upside.
Oh no.
But if Bitcoin went down to 70K, you won't get as much downside either.
Exactly.
The risk though is that MicroStrategy will just like file bankruptcy and then like you're pretty much gonna be screwed on it. But
Yeah, that's the
you would yeah,
caveat. That's
yeah,
the
that
caveat is you're trusting
yeah,
the individual ticker, right? Which is that's okay if you're willing to do the risk, right? It's just a matter you got to
yeah.
understand what you're doing. But yeah.
I would say like if I because I know a lot of people they're into like those yield ETFs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even like JEPI or JEPQ, whatever, which I think that's JP Morgan that has those,
Yep. Yep.
which are basically selling call spreads against SPY and QQQ and stuff. So this isn't the same thing in that essence, but if there was someone who was like looking just for income earning, just like without the risk per se, like they're not so concerned about like the actual short-term price action of an underlying, but they want more of like to capture a little bit of the upside, then like this would be part of like a larger portfolio per se, like but
Mm-hmm.
not something that I would go like all in on at all. But
That's where you
probably
can have
something
fun
for
with it too, and based on market conditions, you can kind of play it by ear there. You know what I mean? And when you're not expecting, I guess, as much movement on whatever those underlying tickers are, you're maybe capitalizing a little more on that income growth, because that's what it comes down to. Do I want to grow? Do I want growth here, or do I just want monthly income? Right. And certain times in the market, you can kind of set yourself up to take advantage of both,
pretty
which is
much, yeah.
nice. Yeah. Because there's plenty of times in the market where we can kind of see that choppiness coming, you know what I mean? And that sideways price action coming. And when that's happening, that's where those Bitcoin
Exactly.
ETFs can come into
Yeah,
play and really help you out.
that's definitely how they play. Like if you're buying like CONY, which is Yield Max's ETF for selling covered calls and call credit spreads on Coinbase. If crypto went sideways for a while, like you would see much more appreciation in that one. So here we go. BMax targets a distribution rate of 10% annually and paid monthly. But because it's fairly new, I don't think they actually distributed a dividend yet. But if people look up a lot of these yield max ETFs, they do pay out. But I would be curious though how the performance will be over a much longer term. But yeah, these yield ETFs, they're starting to look a little bit more attractive just to downsize risk and put like profits into just to be able to kind of diversify your portfolio a bit.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see kind of what the year outlook would be on the payouts. Oh, we're ticks away. Come on, ES. 59.40. Go take it, girl. Just making everybody wait.
Well, that's what they do best, right?
Yeah. NQ's got a little farther to go. Not by much, though. 33 points. Some solid moves for a Monday. Can't really complain about the day. Usually Mondays are not this good, so.
I should probably tell spaces too. I took 3 of 4 off into 500. I just didn't like the offers that came in above. I'm still willing to bid 470s. Risking 445, so I'll leave those orders there. If we close here or higher, you get decent setup into tomorrow to break out. Or, obviously, if you fail back under, pretty gnarly short. But yeah, only thing keeping me green now is the crude swing longs.
Oh, you're long crude?
I planned all of them, but caught what? The last exit was 3 points. I swung long Friday from
Nice.
basically when we got those. Well, when I started buying NQs.
For those that don't realize, 3 points on crude oil is a lot more than 3 points on NQ. It is a completely different game. So just keep that in mind. I know people
I
are
mean,
probably
it was
hearing like
small
3
size only because
points.
I
What do you
don't have
mean?
balls to play size over the weekend on crude.
I don't blame you. I don't have balls to play crude at all anymore.
I know a guy that sometimes I work at Starbucks. I saw like this guy with like a setup like every day at Starbucks, and I was talking a little bit. He sells calendar spreads on USO, or actually not in USO, crude oil. He sells options on there. I'm like, dude, like how? Like I sometimes I talk to him. Like there was that time when he was actually working when crude went negative for a minute. And he explained to me how he was able to maneuver out of that. But I'm just like, dude, how do you? The moves on that thing is crazy, especially how much it pays per tick.
For real. Yeah, crude oil screws me up. Even trading the micros, I was getting cooked. Not my ticker. We got 15 minutes till power hour. Power hour! See what kind of orders go off if we get to this 533. At this point, I don't see why we wouldn't go take that, but maybe they hold it here. I would expect that to get hit by end of day, or at least on ES, because ES is slightly stronger, that 59.40. Once we take that, potential for shorts is back on, but like I've continuously said, they just fail and fail and fail over and over again. They cannot get it to happen. So I'm always ready for it, but until I actually get confirmation of this market wanting to turn around, I'm not taking nothing short. Oh. I got close to trying it.
I missed such a good session.
Pretty solid one for a Monday, I won't lie. I mean, we usually don't see a Monday like this.
My fucking plan was there too. I took 3 freaking stops attempting the long last night. All in like the 230s, 240s. I got stopped out at 210 each time. Then of course I wake up late.
Yeah, sleeping in.
Yeah.
Created a new 15-minute imbalance on the way up, this last leg up. Same thing as earlier, guys. We have 15-minute bullish order flow resting below. We haven't tapped into. If we tap in, I mean, I still have this market going higher now into that next high, 533. So initially looking for a bounce out of this area to go back to that 533. But if we run through, it's another potential setup for the shorts, but they have to actually get the trigger going, which is, as of now, for me, would be a 15-minute close below that 442. So that happens, it's all potential dips for the long.
Maybe we don't get a pullback rest of the day. We just keep trickling higher. Maybe we buy 470 tonight, tomorrow. Yeah, 470 is the level on the composite. 450 is like the level today. So yeah, space out those bids 50 to 70 and risk, I don't know, 40, I don't know, 30, 35. Or we look for it to hold on to like the 530s, 550s to push longs. Of course, we need to be above it. I can't be pushing longs into them.
Take it ES. All this waiting for 3 points on ES and 20 more on NQ. Come on. Come on, baby.
Looks like we're at the upper end of a 2-week consolidation on the Qs right now. Had a failed breakout last week. It'll be interesting to see if this breaks out this time around.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, Lordy, just tap into it. It's Mr. Bitcoin. 104.
I said 113 lots just filled.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, they did. Just give me a 525 exit. I probably just call it a day. And the day, slightly green on the day.
Let's
Red
go.
on NQ.
We like that. Oh, yes. One tick. There it is. She
There's the
whipped it.
fill.
59.40.
All right, I'm plotting Qs.
Yeah.
Should have been like another, I don't know, at least 20, 30, 40 grand day for me. But nope.
Oh! It's a big day, dog.
If I gave myself 10 more points on the stops last night, I would have stayed in.
That's always the worst, dude. So what you're saying is buy Rizzo stops.
Yeah.
Huh.
If you bought 210 last night, you would have been in with like 0 drawdown.
Ridiculous.
Except for there was one time where it knifed a little lower, 160.
Oh, officially coming into power hour.
I did a little bit more reading into the BMAX ETF real quick. Just to clarify, you are actually investing in the convertible notes that companies that do take out debt to buy more Bitcoin, like Riot, Mara, MicroStrategy, as everyone knows, you're investing in the actual bonds themselves. So you are getting the upside of Bitcoin, not as much downside, but actually it is a bit more risky than I had said earlier. My apologies.
Gotcha. No,
You're
no
not.
worries.
It is not selling covered call spreads on the underlyings. You're actually buying the debt. But if Bitcoin goes up, especially if it goes up by magnitude, looks like the ETF since the April lows, it was trading at about $22.52, and now it's $29.21. So in a way, you did outperform Bitcoin a little bit, but it is sensitive to the price action of Bitcoin, just not as much intraday volatility. However, just want to make note of the risk involved in that as well, though. So there's a very big difference between selling covered call spreads and being long the convertible bond notes.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah.
VIX under 19. Uh-oh.
Hey,
That
Jordy,
volatility is really going away. What's up? What's up,
I'm
brother?
about to have to roll out of here, but I do want to shout out Starfighters, like the whole
Oh,
space thing. I know
brother.
Sam is bullish space, so it's what kind of reminded me of it. I just pinned that up top. They've got over 24 million committed now. They're 68% through. And once again, I mean, the link alone will just teach you about space, and that's where I've learned so much about it. I know I've heard a lot about from Sam. I've heard a lot from Shy and some of our friends on space stock talk. And the more I read and think about space, the more bullish I am. Evan said he dove in the other day, threw a little bit in there. So
Oh yeah,
I
he
just want to put it
did.
on
I
everybody's
remember.
radar before I hop over to stocks on spaces.
Yeah, no worries. Absolutely. Be checking that out if you're in the audience, especially if you're somebody that's, I mean, obviously bullish space. This is definitely going to be something you want to look into. It's just such a low barrier to entry for a private investment. And I mean, as we all know, that's where like the real money is made in a lot of these big investments. But most of the time we don't have the chance to even look at it, right? Because it's mainly for the big VCs. So once in a while we get these opportunities for private investments that come across our radar, and Starfighters is one of them. And I just think it couldn't be in a better space, pun intended, I guess. Space is something I'm pretty bullish on in the future. I'm not as educated on space as I'd want to be. I definitely refer to Shy for a lot of educational pieces on the space side of things, but I definitely think it's something worth looking into if you're in the audience and you're bullish in that area and are interested in private investments. The barrier to entry is extremely low, considering what it usually is on some of these private investments. So I definitely take a look. That link is just up top and put it up there. So feel free to check that out. And if you can't find the link, just hit me up in the DMs with the word space and I'll get it over to you. But so much information on that website. If you're questioning anything, I would just go scroll through the website. They basically have everything you would need on there. So definitely worth a look. Sam, you got any thoughts on Starfighters?
Yeah, I've looked into it. I'm not invested in it myself, but as far as the TAM expansion for, I wouldn't say everything space, but with this one specifically, you're looking at launching payloads into outer space using much more efficient and existing methods of taking fighter jets and launching them into space with the attached payload. Then, as you get closer toward the upper part of the atmosphere, it actually launches that payload off. Um, Probably going to be a much cheaper solution for much smaller payloads than using like something like Rocket Lab's Electron or Neutron rockets. We're looking at something like much smaller, even a small payload. SpaceX, they launch a Starship. Those are very large payloads that they're planning to launch up there with that, and so on. Those are like massive payloads. I can't think of the exact amount of weight off the top of my head, but if you're thinking something more like starfighters, they're probably for like much smaller businesses that want to launch like a small profile satellite into outer space and so on. So that will get your end of the spectrum on that. Something like Rocket Lab, something more of like a smaller to medium sized payload. And then when you think of ASTS or AST Space Mobile, that's covering the global communications and providing internet around the entire world. So you basically have different ends of things you can invest for. But if you think of things that are like publicly traded, you guys already know a lot of those stuff. But if you think of something more privately traded, sorry, I just had a phone call. SpaceX, yeah, you need like millions of dollars to invest in something like that. For starfighters, their round takes much smaller investments to someone who's more in retail and just wants to get, like a little bit of exposure into that region as well. Because the price of launching just reduces every single year. And you could already see like they're launching something into outer space, whether it's SpaceX, Blue Origin, and so on. They're launching things into outer space like several times a week now versus 10 years ago. It was like once or twice a month, maybe a few times a month. So that space is definitely getting much more attractive. Even Google is investing. They own part of SpaceX. They bought some shares in ASTS as well, and so on. You can see the government contracts extending out. So I wouldn't be surprised if something like starfighters extends it to government contracts as well. I mean, they're already launching and have connections with NASA on DC as a lot of executive people on there were talking about the other day in the spaces. So that's a pretty interesting aspect as well.
Yeah, I agree. Something to look into for the audience. That link is sitting up top, so feel free to dive in. Maybe spend some of the time that you're not trading through the market hours and do a little investigating there. we did take those highs on ES. We're starting to trade
Jeez.
in this imbalance. We have not taken those same highs on NQ quite yet. We do have that bit of divergence there at that 533 area.
Just think about all these volatility funds that basically have to buy into this as the VIX is just getting crushed from like
Oh, I
de-risking
know.
themselves in like the 30 plus region.
It's
And then
wild.
now it's like they have to buy the indices. Like they just because the volatility is decreasing and it's part of the terms, like just it's no wonder why the market is just going to melt up at this point
Right.
as VIX just continues to come down.
I know that really has been the theme of the market, that melt up. I don't mind it. Even if I like come into the day and I'm like, oh, I want to be bearish here. I'll just, again, I've said it over and over. We have bearish potential in some areas that we tap into, but unless I get a trigger, it's just not going to happen. And every time this market tries to trigger, it ends up not happening, and we just end up holding bullish order flow on the intraday
Exactly.
and keep it going. So hey,
Exactly.
I'm fine with that. I'll be ready at my spots if the price action supports the thoughts. Great, we'll try it out. But until the price action's actually supporting my thoughts, there, it's hard to be short this market on a lot of the past few weeks. There's been a few good
Yep.
opportunities, but again, it's just like no real follow through with the moves.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna jump on Stock Spaces.
Oh, sounds
Good
good.
talking to you, man.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Talk later, brother. Everybody should be following Sam. Sam's a goat. We love having Sam on. Got some great thoughts. And Q looking for that 533 here. A couple more points. What a move, huh? Interested to see if we get some sort of end of day dip back into these untapped imbalances that we have. We do have 15-minute fair value that was made, and we haven't traded inside of it yet. Even with this market looking so good, I would expect some sort of pullback into that range, which wouldn't be far. That's just 490. It's not like we'd sell off. Be quite a small move to the downside, but a rebalance there would make sense, especially tapping into these big spots. If you're wondering what those big spots are, 4-hour imbalances that have not been tapped until today on ES. So last week when we sold off, started the sell off on, what is that, Thursday? We created massive bearish order flow on the way down. And so that's what we're tapping back into on ES. We're getting close to it here on NQ. That's at 533. So initially tapping into this area, I do expect some rejection. If market's strong through this imbalance, though, it's going to be telling us, hey, we can absolutely go higher. And on the higher time frame, I do have that next weekly high at 22,019, also untapped daily fair value. We do have that Thursday high to get through before then, so I guess that would be the first spot. Thursday's high a day. And Q struggling to take out those 533 highs. ES did already take out those highs, so we do have that divergence still there until NQ decides to take it. Well, 45 minutes left of this beautiful Monday. Real setup for the shorts still. We could come all the way down to that 490 15-minute imbalance, and as long as we're holding that, still got to think bullish on this market. Dang, a lot of stocks hit new 52-week highs today. Netflix, Palantir, Hood, Boeing, CrowdStrike, Snow, General Electric, Spotify, ALNY, Axon, British American Tobacco, ticker Bud, Chewy, CME Group, Carvana, Dart, and eBay. Philip Morris, Roblox, bunch of companies hitting 52-week highs. Zscaler, very nice. Trying to get a little selling going. Since I don't see the structure I'd want to see to actually be short from up here, I would only think this move goes down to that 15-minute imbalance if we do need to sell a little bit here. That will be at that 490. Oh, what's up, Minxie?
Hello, hello.
What's cracking?
Not much, just got back. I was asking Rizzo if it was okay for me to come back since I knew so long.
Yeah,
But
this market's cooking, but you may have come in at just the right time where we might actually take a dip.
I know. It needs a little bit of pullback, huh?
A little bit. I could see us pulling back a little bit to that 490. I mean, I could see lower. It's just I have to expect the bounce there until I'm shown different. But yeah, crazy Monday.
Yeah, for sure.
Crazy start to the week. Usually don't expect these big of moves on a Monday, but take it.
Yeah. Let's see.
We took out these
I
big
am
highs
not.
on ES and we have it on NQ, and we're kind of just struggling to go either way here.
I am not in anything, but I do see that we could potentially go up to 59.46 on ES if we hold 21.499 on NQ. It could still slowly grind up.
Yeah, do the melt up.
Yeah. Slow melt.
Yeah, sellers can have it rest of the day. I don't mind.
Somebody just said, I was hoping that you would show up so we can have an 80-point drop.
They've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, 470, 450. I might just make it a swing long. What we got? What news we got tomorrow?
Schultz at 10. It's like the big
Jolt's
news.
pretty darn irrelevant.
Yeah. That's like the quote unquote big thing for tomorrow.
Jolt's not. It's a little more relevant than freaking. The one I absolutely hate is the freaking ADP.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. I mean, it shouldn't come in too cold. I doubt it does. CPI Euro area. Oh, that should be fun. Let's just see how much Europe is fucked. Didn't they just say last night they continue cutting rates too? Or was I just dreaming?
I don't know, to be honest. You might have been dreaming, but taking those highs again on the ass. And Q still lagging it. We got about 40 minutes left of the Monday.
Like there's like you're driving in a car or something. Mm-hmm. It's good.
Thank you, take highs.
Yeah, see?
Oh, there it is. Can it do the 533?
I've got 5946 on ES. So it's a little bit away. A couple of points. Couple of
There it is,
points.
533.
Nope. I am not touching anything.
XC ain't doing it. Not yet.
Yeah, it hit that 59.46 a little bit above and came back down. I would need it to come back down to like 59.39 on ES. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, not my. I don't like the slow melt up.
Is it bad that I'm tempted to short?
Oh, little end of day ruggy poo.
I could buy like some SPX puts if I had maybe some like NQ runners left, but no, I'll just stay flat.
I mean, if we pull back down to 59.39 and hold, that could be a place to get long on ES. Or we come back down to 21.511, 510 and hold. Maybe even 504. That would be a place to go long on NQ. Yeah, could be.
All right, last 30.
Who was that?
I think
Somebody said last 30.
that was me.
Why did you sound different?
Did I? Last 30.
Completely. Yeah. Interesting.
People are gonna sell it into the close at all. The most I'd be looking for is really that 490. Not too much. Unless this imbalance comes in gnarly.
Well, that 59.46 was a nice.
Trying to sell it a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one.
Here we go, draw into that 15-minute imbalance. Hasn't been tapped at all yet. If we were to run through it, I could be a lot more bearish, but I think any sells down to that are gonna result in a bounce out of it till I'm shown different. It's about 23 points lower. I'm all for us selling to that. I just don't know if we can get through it.
Did we come down to that 39? Yes, we did. We came to 39 and went right up.
Mm, 13 minutes till that MOC. Just inverted 5-minute bullish order flow. That might be enough to get us down to that 15-minute imbalance. Let's see. As long as we're respecting this gap we're tapping into now, we can do that. If we run right back through, we can just keep making highs again. But that big 4-hour high has already been taken on both assets, so hard to expect more upside for the day, but also hard to short this strength.
Okay, let's see. If we go below 59.37, we got to flush below it. And then if we retest that, that's where I would take a short. But yeah.
See if we go run it to this 15-minute 490 on NQ.
Let's see.
Gives me 470, 450. I think I'm swing long.
Yeah, you might get it into the close here, honestly. I mean, I think we
Maybe.
have to rebalance there. We might need to go higher before that, but I would like to see the rebalance in the close here. We already took buy side. And she's trying a little bit. If ES can pick it up to the downside, we'll get there quicker. Mm. To get to this 15-minute imbalance, we need to respect this 522. Don't want to see over that 527 here. See here, Bear's trying to hold it.
I'm waiting.
We got 5 minutes till the MOC. 4.
I am entering a short right now.
Bird. I do think they take it to that 15-minute imbalance, so 490.
I don't like taking entries around MOC, but I'm very light.
I don't hate it. Looking for the same thing. But do we rug through 490? Do we hold it? I'm gonna find out.
I think ideal would be if we were under 500.
Yeah, I know Emp was saying there were a bunch of resting orders at 500 today.
Yeah.
Struggling to really move lower though. Just chilling here.
Yep. And we're at a key level.
Bears need to hold this 527 to get any sort of move.
Let's see. I don't like that we're holding this pivot level and EMA 15 on ES. My data is frozen.
Uh-oh. Data's frozen.
I mean, like my NinjaTrader is.
It's no bueno.
It's showing a yellow light. I don't know. It's not green.
No bueno.
What? I can't. What's NQ at right now? I have orders in.
519.
Is it?
Taking lower.
I can't restart this now. I have to restart.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's good. I always have a very tight stop loss, so it's asking me to install something. No.
This wick just showed up on my trading view chart that was not there 2 seconds ago. It's a big wick. 526 here. This is where bears need to defend if they have a chance at all. It's 5-minute imbalance we ran through earlier. We can't hold that. I see it right back to highs, but this is bearish order flow and a premium, so expect it to hold initially until we run through.
Okay. MOC is coming up.
Don't want to see this close over 527 if you're bearish into the close. Or you want to see some defense step in.
All right. Well, I'm stopped out, but I'm gonna re-enter something.
Heard that. Yeah, MOC got like crazy there.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what it is. Oh, it's a really small MOC.
Yeah.
110 million on S&P 500, minus 406 million on NASDAQ. Let's see, do I enter a short for a scalpies? Just waiting.
Bears are holding it. They're holding the spot they need to. Maybe they have a chance to this 15-minute gap.
Yeah.
I'm happy to think this goes lower as well. I need to wait to see that confirmation first. 490 got to be the lowest point for me until I'm shown different. That'll all be in after hours, of course, though. But that's still relevant data for me. I like to analyze that for the next day. There's the slap the Bears need. There you go, Minxie. Here we go.
Yeah. Well, I had to restart my freaking thing and I didn't get in. So. It's okay. It is okay.
Well, 7 minutes left of this beautiful Monday we've started the week off with. Appreciate the crew as always. We're going to keep the lives going throughout the rest of the day, just not on this link. We're going to be, I guess we're going to have an hour break and then we're back on for stock picks. Although not really a break because they're still live on the Wolf Financial account and they will be for the next hour as well. If you really want to listen to Spaces, they'll still be on. I'll be out for an hour and then back at 5 o'clock Eastern for stock picks on the Wolf Financial link. And then we got that gold conversation off the back of that. So a stacked Monday. We ain't getting out of the Monday until it's almost dark here on the West Coast. We love it. Good shit. Here they go. Can they sell it to 15-minute imbalance? Come on, you dirty dogs. Markets need to rebalance the inefficiencies. And that is one of them. Oh, here they do it. Here they do it. Here comes Mama's cheese here.
Drop it.
Here comes her cheese. Minxie's getting her cheese.
I can't. I'm scalping.
Get it. Give her 490. Fucking no less.
I know, right?
If you get no less
Okay.
than 490, I'm gonna be pissed for you. Be stupid.
Well, at least give us 90s if you're not going to give us 80s.
Right. Oh my gosh. This thing.
Oh, you know what they do 5 minutes later? They push it back up. I forgot about
like that. Like a.
Yep. So usually when there's a drop, you know, like at 50, at like 350, about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes later, it like reverses.
Do some shit like that. Yeah. Huh. Look at this.
Yeah, this is the pair offs.
Jeez. Wild. Then bounce it to only hit 490 in the after hours. Got it. There.
Yeah, Oregon.
Why does that not surprise me at all? Of course they do that. Still respecting the bears on the pop-up. That volatility definitely came through, though. That'll scare you if you're sleeping on your position a
We're
little
getting
bit.
delta.
You see that happen, you're like, whoa, wake the fuck up. Take it, won't you take it? What a fight.
I know. It's always around that 500 or, like that even number that they have.
Of course. The figure.
Yeah.
Still respecting. Whether or not we do make highs, like into the close, after hours, whatever, I am looking for that move back to that 15-minute imbalance. See what happens there, of course, in the overnight session. Closing the day right into this big 4-hour imbalance, though, that we made last week, which is kind of what started this sell-off that we've seen from last Thursday. So if we want to continue that, we should be respecting this area very well for the bears, which we have seen that reaction, of course, on the higher time frame today, but gonna need to see more over the night and into the morning.
There's that reversal they're pushing.
They're trying.
Yeah.
As long as we're not busting over, where is it? Can't really get a candle close over this right here, 527, or else this can go right back to them highs. Running through, see if it closes above. Looks like she's gonna close above. 10 seconds left. Didn't give the shorts a chance.
No.
Not unless it was earlier this morning. There was one nice short. Back to highs here. Right into the close like some dirty dogs. Still going to be looking for that 15-minute to get tapped. It's just a matter of we need to go to highs first. With how close we got, though, I would have expected that to get hit before the close, and it didn't, so surprised me there. Definitely would have expected to see that into the close, but bulls are just that strong. They don't care. Do we have any earnings kicking off right now? Oh, none that we care about. Credo, CRDO. don't even know what this company is, but we got CrowdStrike tomorrow.
I am.
AVGO, Lululemon Thursday. You looking at Lulu at all, Minxie? Any Lulu trades?
Yeah, Asia, they're my kind of people. They sell. They love to sell.
Oh, well, what a Monday, everybody. We're gonna wrap it up. We got an hour, and then we got stock picks with Emp on the Wolf Financial link. So I'll be over there in the next hour.
All right. Well, have a good day, boys.
You too,
and girls.
Minxie. Enjoy. Everybody in the audience,
Thanks.
we love you. Enjoy. We will see
Bye.
everybody bright and early in the morning. We will be live an hour early because we got the futures trading and education hour before normal time starts. So we'll be doing that conversation from 8 to 9 Eastern time, and then we'll be
There's a
back on
headline
for the
coming
live
out
trading.
40.
What's up, Ben?
U.S. to extend deadline on some tariffs on Chinese goods.
Oh,
in a second. Just want to throw that in there. I just heard it.
Gotcha. Appreciate you. Well, Emp, have a great day. Love you, brother. I'll talk to you in a little bit on stock picks.
Today.
Yeah. If anybody just wants to stay on Spaces, go over to the Wolf Financial link. They're still live there. Emp's on there, so we will be live. But yeah, we'll see everybody tomorrow. Love y'all. Enjoy the rest of the day. See you bright and early. Peace out.